Słychać mnie?
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very happy that we are here together. Welcome to this wonderful 17th century palace. On the third conference already, Literacy for Democracy, which this year is devoted to security, information security, and this is under the patronage, honorary patronage of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union, for which we are very grateful. The host of this place, the director of the National Library, Tomasz Makowski, was not able to join us today, but I will tell you a little bit about this palace, because we are in a palace from the 17th century, built on the order of Jan Dobrogost Krasiński, who is Płock voivode. It is inspired by the French style. It was designed by a Dutch architect, Tilman of Gameren. In the construction of this palace, there were Italians, architects Simone Giuseppe Bellotti and Isidor Afaita. The palace is decorated with bas-reliefs created by Andreas Schluter from Hamburger, who lived in Gdańsk, in which the elegant window woodwork and portals were made by the famous Warsaw carpenter Wilhelm Barsch. And the interior design and the elements of the facade refer attention to the legend about the ancient origin of the Krasiński family, who believed that they come from Marcus Valerius Messala Corvinus, a Roman politician and patron of the literati in the 1st century BC. So we are in the heart of a melting pot in a wonderfully mixed yet still very diverse Europe that has maintained its distinctiveness, yet inspired for centuries by all these different nations. And I'm very happy that we are in this place. Good morning once again. And now I would like to ask Mr. Marek Krawczyk, Undersecretary of State in the Prime Minister's Office, Deputy Minister for Civil Society, for an introductory word. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we live nowadays in a world of visual media. Everything has to shine, scream, to draw our attention. Although in this informational chaos, reading for many people becomes the last thing, the last harbor, one of the relics of the age from before the electronics, which are everywhere. But this is not only an escape. This is a huge developing experience that enables us to look into ourselves and understand better the surrounding world. Reading can move us, provoke emotions, but also make us reflective or even end up in intellectual ferment. This is about teaching our children, showing them that this is a good alternative, that reading is a good alternative to scrolling and watching social media all the time. But in order for this to happen, we have to give the good example ourselves. Just as we show our children that democracy is important, taking them to the elections, we also need to read with them, read together and read often. I'm convinced that literacy and the ability to read with understanding is the very basis of democracy. Only an aware citizen who's able to differentiate between fact and manipulation is able to participate in it in a really responsible way. although today the ability to read literacy seems obvious, nevertheless, we need to take care of it and nurture it like a beautiful park full of classical sculptures of Sienkiewicz, Dickens, Dostoevsky, but also new, provocative, sometimes voices like Masłowska, Tokarczuk, or Margaret Atwood. I'm very happy that as a society we have such good gardeners as yourselves here, educators, teachers and activists. With my whole heart, I'm counting on the success of your initiative. I'll allow myself to end this intervention with the words of Barack Obama. Reading is important. If you know how to read, the whole world is your oyster. Thank you very much. There are some other seats if youth would like to sit down. And if youth doesn't want to sit down, it's not an obligation. This is just to loosen up the ambience. I wanted to add that in this palace currently all exhibitions are open, and during the breaks, not right now, but during the breaks you can visit the palace, and for sure the palace team will be very willing to tell you about the exhibits. But a few more words before we start the first panel. On June 17, 1025, so literally exactly 1,000 years ago. And I've just discovered that yesterday that it was exactly 1,000 years ago. The first Poland's king, Bolesław Chrobry, Bolesław the Great, died exactly 1,000 years ago today. And this is not a joke. I was searching for various inspirations insofar as what happened on the 17th of June, and I discovered this fact. Bolesław Chrobry, or Bolesław the Great, the king who opened Poland to Europe through his alliance with Emperor Otto III. And we've talked about him a lot during the presidency, Polish presidency of the Council of Europe. So they talked about Bolesław coronation. He's called in English either Bolesław the Great or Bolesław the Brave. Of course, this has an economic dimension, but also there is the dimension of security, also communication security. This is extremely important, and I think that we all agree. And this is what we would like to talk about today. I would like us to talk. So this is an exchange of thoughts, and I really care about this being an exchange. Of course, the structure of today will be the following. We have panelists. We will be also inspired in a way by short presentations by our guests that intend to inspire us, but there is time for questions and answers, and I really hope that we'll have all the opportunity to participate in this discussion together, because it's important to think about building resilience and quality of critical thinking of citizens of the EU, and not only. And I'm very pleased that we have guests and speakers from organizations which are non-EU countries. They are not part of the EU. I'm very happy that we have this kind of broader conversation here. So what is our dream? Yeah, I have a dream that Martin Luther King said. I think that we have a shared dream. This is why we are here together, that we would like to hand over Europe to the next generation of democratic female leaders, male leaders, that we would like to pass it down to the next generation of effective businessmen and businesswomen. There are seats here. You can sit here. Smart scientists, informed and capable citizens. And we would like to build an ecosystem conducive to dialogue and security from manipulation and demagogues. That dialogue is really present. And this is a dream that we share. And this is why we're here, because we would like the next generations to feel ready to be an active subject rather than a passive object of communication, that this is an extremely important thing for our future. And of course, the Universal Reading Foundation, together with all partners, well, we do perceive reading as one of the elements that builds this foundation, that makes this foundation for such a future. This is why reading today will be the leitmotif of our discussions, no matter how we look at it. Returning for a moment to our first king, I've also read, once I've read that he died exactly 1,000 years ago. I've read that Bolesław the Brave actually learned to read, that he was reading in Latin and in Greek, and that he understood that the reading increases his political potential and the power of persuasion. I'm not a historian, but I've read that he didn't know how to write. He was able to read, but not to write. However, it's obvious that 1,000 years ago, the ability to read and write was available to a very, very narrow group of people. So since our king was able to read but not to write, we are aware of the situation, that this was a very, very narrow group of people in whose heads reading made them be the group which was in power. We live in completely different times. We have some reasons to be happy, because realistically we live in the times where universal education is obvious, and it includes all citizens. The fact that we have nationwide programs that help parents support the development of children, they help with early intervention within reading in the homes, and that we are talking about how to make this education better, more universal, truly accessible. We talk about it, about how to do it even better, and not about if it is justifiable or if it should exist at all. And we also live in times which are a bit less hierarchical. Of course, some of our countries in Europe are still kingdoms, but today's monarchs no longer have absolute power. They are completely different monarchs compared to Bolesław the Brave, or Otto III, Robert the Pious, or Knut the Great, who were ruling France and England 1,000 years ago, because the democratization of access to knowledge and the causality that results, or agency that results from knowledge, is an unheard success for our civilization. This is a very, very positive thing about it. But I also think that today is about how not to squander it, how to really do it in such a way so it builds democracies of the future, the democracies in which we want to live and we want our children and grandchildren to live. So this is a very, very high level, and now I'm going to come down to earth. I would like to thank very much our partners, and I'm wondering if my next slide, if there is a chance that this slide appears. So I would like to thank for the honorary patronage to the Polish presidency and the Prime Minister's office. We would like to thank our strategic partner, which is the Association of Authors and Publishers, without which this conference wouldn't take place. We would like to thank our co-organizers, so the National Program of Readership, the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, the National Center for Culture, the Institute, Book Institute, and National Library. This is all the operators of the national program for disseminating readership. This is the biggest program in Poland. And we would like to all partners, the coalition Czytająca Polska, EURead, which last week in Europe we had 25th anniversary of EURead, and congratulations once again. National Literacy Trust from the UK, American First Book, British BookTrust, Leviathan Confederation, which is also celebrating the 25th anniversary this year. Velo Bank, think tank, the Center for International Relations, the company Meissner and Partners, which is with us, the Institute for Educational Research, and Biedronka retail chain. So we are in an intersectoral group, and we're very happy about it. We are not closing ourselves in one sector. We try to cooperate together. And now, before we move to the very beginning, to the first lecture and the first panel, I would like to propose to you something a bit crazy, and I'm going to explain it, what I mean. As I've said, I really, really want us. The objective of the conference is not for smart and intelligent people to come and say something. This is, of course, wonderful, and we would like to thank all our speakers for coming from different sides of the world and to share their knowledge and experience. And please, everyone, come closer. There are seats. You can come in and sit down and join us. As always, our objective, our goal, will be for us to get to know each other, to feel included in the conversation. I really care about it for us, that we don't create this hierarchy, that there are speakers and there are those who are listening, but I would like all of us to have the opportunity to participate. So what I would like to propose seems a bit crazy, but it is supposed to serve us to feel in this space that we are here together. So my proposal is the following. I'm going to read sentences, and the people who agree with these sentences, some of you know it because we've done it during various workshops. People who agree with the sentences that I'll read, stand up. It's very simple. So if it's something that describes you, you stand up. The first sentence: I work in a state institution in the first sector. Yeah, we have some of the first sector with us. I work in a business or business organization. Yeah, we also have the second sector with us. I work in a third sector, an NGO. We see each other. I have read all of Agatha Christie's detective stories. I don't read detective stories at all, or crime stories at all. There are also such people among us. I have read all the Harry Potter books. Myself included. I haven't read any Harry Potter books. I read the entire Sienkiewicz deluge, Potop in Polish. Nevertheless, yes, there are readers here. Attention, I love Mexican cuisine. Yeah, there are some people who love Mexican cooking. I eat less meat compared to 15 years ago. Yes. I know when Justin Timberlake will have a concert in Warsaw. And the answer is today. Today. Yeah. So the Bolesław the Brave died, and we have a Justin Timberlake today, and there are us. I know who Senach is. So many people, yeah, quite a range. We will have to explain to our foreign guests during the break who is Hanach. My organization has less than 5 employees. We have some organizations like that. My organization has more than 100 employees. These are the extremes. I came to today's conference from outside of Warsaw. Applause. I live outside of Poland. I live outside of Poland. Applause. My parents and grandparents lived in Warsaw. This is also something to explain to our foreign guests. In Warsaw, we don't have many people who have lived here for generations. I think that this is important. I'm left-handed, myself included. I have worn glasses or contact lenses since I was young. My organization has an annual budget of more than 10 million euros. My organization has an annual budget of less than 1 million euro. That's me. I saw the interview that Dua Lipa did with Olga Tokarczuk. Dissemination of reading is the core activity of my organization. My first or second name is Anna or Joanna. This is the most popular kind of set of names. I use this name in the masculine gender, and it ends in ski or tski. At least one of my great-grandparents and great-great-grandmothers did not speak the language that I consider my mother tongue. The melting pot. I read at least 7 books in 2024. I have at least 80 books at home. I have a cat at home. I have a dog at home. And I'm tired of getting up, of standing up. All right then. Thank you very, very much for this craziness. And one more thing that I would like to propose to you all, to give ourselves exactly 3 minutes, because actually we didn't go over time with this part of the conference. Let's give ourselves 3 minutes in order to talk to our neighbor. The best to the one that we don't know personally, that we haven't met before. Introduce yourself to the person next to you.
To.
So maybe now we can agree that we are going to continue getting to know each other during the break. Okay. I am glad that this was the beginning of some interesting conversations. And I have a question whether Tomasz Stawiszyński and Maia Mazurkiewicz are already with us here. I'm afraid not. Has anyone seen any of them? It would be best if both of you. We need both of them for the first panel, but we still have some time before we start that panel discussion. Adriaan, are you listening to the translation?
You will have a bit more time for your speech? Dobrze. Liczymy na to, że nasi prelegenci...
Okay. We count on our speakers to show up, but we are ahead of time. So just for a moment before I give the floor and the microphone to Adriaan, I will go back for a moment to Marcus Messala Calvinus, who lived in the 1st century before Christ, where many would like to connect their family history with. So he was a politician. He was a friend of Horatio. He believed in republican ideas. He was against Caesar. He was also a friend and a great supporter of all writers. So whether he is actually the Marcus Valerius Messala Corvinus, one of the ancestors of the Krasinski family, well, regardless of that, it is nice to know that he is portrayed at the entry to this palace. Well, now we would like to move on to serious subjects. As you must have seen, we have got, so to speak, the 3-panel discussion, 3 themes, so to speak. And the first one is a broad theme, and that is civilization, democracy, communication. We are going to start with a lecture. I will ask Professor Adriaan van der Weel to speak a little bit longer. So we are going to start with a lecture by Professor Adriaan van der Weel in Leiden. That's the Leiden University. Professor van der Weel has been dealing with reading studies all his life, and this is studies about what is reading. In Poland, if I remember correctly, we still don't have reading studies, although that is a pity. Professor, the floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you, Maria, for inviting me to speak here today. Lovely. As the incidence of low literacy and functional illiteracy is rising to alarming proportions, At the same time, but not coincidentally, a growing number of digital media forms are offering convenient alternatives to reading. Where people would once have happily turned to print, they now jump at the opportunity to avoid having to use text and read. Take series, YouTube videos, TED Talks, podcasts, vlogs, audiobooks, and of course, the latest addition is to farm out reading and writing to AI. To communicate with ChatGPT, you don't need text at all anymore. You just talk to it. Such AI audio and video capabilities will be making reading and writing more and more dispensable. We're clearly very keen for this to happen. Text is still used for short purposes, like tweeting or to interface with our devices, but reading for its own sake is becoming a less and less popular pursuit. So, does all this mean that we have a reading crisis on our hands? Or are we simply so successful at finding digital alternatives that reading is actually losing its function? Either way, the functional story on reading that we so often rely on as reading promoters is beginning to wear a little thin. The story of how necessary reading is to survive in our literate society is becoming less convincing. What I want to argue today is that a functional perspective on reading is simply too limited, and that to get an idea of the real significance of reading, we need to radically reverse our perspective. Instead of asking ourselves, as we usually do, what important functions reading has in society, what urgent demand there is for reading, let's ask ourselves what reading does to us. Writing is a technology. The functional perspective on reading depends on the fact that text is a technology. We always invent technologies for greater convenience. Our first thought is about what functions we can outsource to it, how we can use it to do things more conveniently or more quickly. This functional perspective also comes with the idea that as its inventors, we must be in control. But we forget that all technology also always has unintended effects and sometimes even unwanted ones. Put to work for us in the motor car, the wheel has vastly increased our mobility in terms of speed, range, load carrying, and other forms of convenience. However, the large-scale adoption of this fantastic technology has also brought with it such unintended effects as road toll, pollution, and the dormitory suburb. One particular unintended effect that we frequently encounter after the introduction of new technology is the so-called use it or lose it principle. And a recent trend in mobile phone use nicely illustrates both the use it or lose it principle and the tendency that we want to avoid reading and writing if we possibly can. That trend is for young people to leave each other spoken messages instead of text messages. In this way, they can avoid reading and writing, but they also, in the process, lose the ability to answer the phone and carry on a conversation, which is why we invented the phone in the first place, of course. They apparently are overcome by a sort of panic that they may not have sufficient time to respond to the other person. And they need to sort out their thoughts before they can reply. Now, don't worry, this is not going to be a diatribe against technology. I don't propose that we go back to the state of savages, but I do want to make a special case why we should not let reading unintentionally fall victim to technological progress and its unintended consequences. Let's face it, reading is a challenge. And we have to acknowledge that even if we designed it as a technology of convenience to help us, that it's nevertheless a challenge to humans, and the urge to replace it is very understandable. Reading places a huge cognitive burden on us. As neuroscientist Dr. Ernst Poppel has called reading one of the most unnatural ways to use our brain, and he was not being flippant. Another neuroscientist, Stanislas Dehaene, has convincingly shown why reading is so unnatural. One reason is that in order to read, we have to reprogram a part of our brain that was once intended for facial recognition. This recycling of existing cortical circuits requires a formal learning process that takes years. Every human baby learns to speak. Oh, sorry, how do I go back? Okay. Every human baby learns to speak by just being surrounded by other speaking people. But as linguist Steven Pinker, there in the bottom right-hand corner, once vividly put it, unlike spoken language, the ability to learn to decipher letters and read text is what he calls an optional extra. And it is hard work for our brain to get this option installed properly. Another reason why reading is so unnatural is that evolution has wired our brains for distraction. The human brain is conditioned to remain alert to any slight movement in the savannah and to maintain focus on a seemingly endless array of unmoving characters is a tough challenge. And even after we have learned to read, it remains a matter of great mental discipline throughout our lives. Precisely because reading is so unnatural, the search for greater ease and ways to avoid having to read is so intense. So, can we do without reading and writing? Well, A, reading is very unnatural. B, we go to great lengths to avoid it. And C, we've got the means to do so. To watch and listen is much less cognitively challenging. You don't even have to be literate to do so. So given these three factors, isn't it tempting to give up the battle and choose to put our energy into making reading and writing gradually even more superfluous? Was the need for reading and writing perhaps even only a temporary blip in human history? Sure, we could put all our energy into making reading more and more superfluous. However, I believe that reading has a fundamental significance for our contemporary society that the functional perspective simply fails to do justice to. So let's instead focus for a minute on what reading does to us. And two things I think stand out. One is that reading leads to a literate way of thinking, linear, analytical, and logical. And it has also, in the process, taught us to be more objective because we've turned words into actual objects. The other thing is that where speech had already made the ability for the human species to cooperate far greater than that of any other animal, our use of written language has enhanced that ability even further. It's on these two fundamental achievements that our present-day advanced society is founded. Depending on the specific country you look at, it's a mere 6 generations ago that compulsory education was introduced. And once every newborn child was subjected to this compulsion, having to learn to read in school, it wasn't very long before near-universal literacy emerged. And this mass literacy resulted in a tremendous boost of our collective capacity for literate thinking. That has in turn had huge cultural effects over the last century and a half. First, consider the knowledge revolution. made possible by what Isaac Newton described as the ability to stand on the shoulders of others, of giants, actually, he said. And this includes huge scientific breakthroughs that you're now all familiar with and take for granted in areas as diverse as history, philosophy, linguistics, but also particle physics, genetics, nanotechnology, and so on. Next, consider the emancipation of disadvantaged social groups such as workers and women. Consider the collapse of a class-based social order, which gave way to an order based on political equality. Consider the rise of modern democracy. But above all, consider the enormously complex society we live in today, characterized by global networks of interdependence that has emerged in the short time that general literacy has been around. Without widespread literacy, none of these developments could have occurred. But conversely, to continue to live in such an advanced sort of society requires literate thinking and sophisticated ways to cooperate. With the help of reading and writing, we have unintentionally created a world of such complexity with such complex challenges that it's extremely unlikely that we could do without them. The achievements I just listed are only ever provisional in the face of a constant barrage of complex challenges. Think of environmental pollution, climate change, and the growing threat to biodiversity. Think of political polarization, populism, and other threats to democracy. Think of migration, and so on. Since we need all the literate thinking we can muster for our continued survival, and since literate thinking requires reading, clearly the answer to the question, can we do without reading, is a resounding no. Or rather, the answer is yes, it may be possible to replace so much of our reading and writing functionally, but we would pay a very high price. Reading and writing have, so to speak, given us cognitive wings. With those wings, we have flown higher than we could ever have imagined. And if we were to give up the challenge of reading, we would just crash down to earth. Paradoxically, of course, it is precisely the unnaturalness of reading and writing that stimulates that critical thinking. So the next step is to realize that the way our brains work is influenced not only by the fact that we have learned to read, or by how much we read, but by how we read. For convenience, I like to distinguish three types of reading. There's first of all skimming, which we use to find relevant information in large amounts of text. Then there's immersion, or being absorbed in stories that carry us away with them. And the third is higher level reading, or deep reading, paying close critical attention to what we read, to the meaning of the words, and to the intention behind them. There is no hierarchy between these three forms. We simply choose between them, depending on the circumstances, depending on what we want to read and how we want to read it. However, as the Ljubljana Reading Manifesto suggests, and I'm one of the authors of it, it's the last of these three, higher level reading, that has contributed most to the literate way of thinking that we've just been examining. It requires a willingness and, of course, an ability not to take text at face value and to carry on a critical dialogue with the text and its author in a nuanced way, recognizing shades of gray instead of just black or white. The Ljubljana Reading Manifesto explains how reading of demanding, long and complex texts promotes cognitive patience and thinking. If we stopped training our brains by challenging them to read such long, complex text, how else would we continue to exercise and practice the kind of literate thinking that has created the advanced world we live in today? It's hard to imagine any other human activity that would similarly expand our cognitive capabilities. So we have no choice but to continue practicing deep reading, even if it may not provide the magic bullet to tackle all those challenges that I talked about. It can at least create the cognitive conditions for learning to tackle with these challenges. And I think it's our democratic duty to provide all citizens with the opportunity to develop their thinking power to its maximum capacity by engaging in forms of deep reading. To paraphrase a famous quote often attributed to George Orwell, if people cannot read well, they cannot think well, and if they cannot think well, others will do the thinking for them. This might be a desirable prospect for a totalitarian regime, but it will definitely kill democracy. Thank you.
I teraz właśnie wydarzyło się to, co...
And now what happened? That shouldn't have happened because two of our panelists didn't join us yet. So I would like to propose to give them 7 minutes. So we can either wait here or drink a fast coffee, and I hope that in 10 minutes we'll get back. I wouldn't like to start without them, so maybe a 10 minutes break.
We are going to slowly reconvene. Please take your seats. We still have chairs available here. Grzegorz? Yes. Well, we've got it, I believe. Our panelists are all here. Thank you so much, and sorry for this situation, but we have managed to refill the fluids that are vital for our life. There is also a request from the catering that when you take juices, we operate them horizontally and not vertically, because one of those taps have already been broken. So please operate them horizontally, and I'm not laughing at it. It's a very serious matter. So, without any further ado, I would like our panelists, so Professor Adriaan van der Weel, who already had a presentation here, please come to us here. Tomasz Stawiszyński, who is well known and requires no introduction to the Polish audience, but he's a philosopher, writer, podcaster, a journalist. Tomek, please come and take a seat on a chair. Jarosław Gugała, who so modestly is standing over the journalist, ambassador, diplomat, CSM expert, so for International Studies Center. Åsa Lind, a writer, writing mostly for children in Sweden, and Maia Mazurkiewicz, the PZU Foundation president, a journalist as well. You can take your seats. Adriaan?
I teraz jedna prośba ważna.
One request, an important request from all of those who are taking care of the sound system, but also because we have got online viewers, we have to hold the microphones very close to our mouth. So this is a request to all of you. Thank you. So maybe I will start with a philosopher. Tomek, you have reading a book, and I'm a fan, a psycho fan, but the rules for the Times of Chaos, it was published a few years back. It was a wonderful book. I highly recommend it. But it was not just because one of the rules that you've mentioned there was reading books, but of course, I would happily talk about that as well, at least a little bit. So there is research showing that reading calms us down, but you write more broadly about it. Please tell us more about how you view reading books in times of chaos. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I have come here to meet you. Thank you for the invitation to this conversation. Yes, there are 12 rules in the books, and one of them is read books. And I make it more visible. And this is not just about literature. It is also about seeing two advantages reading literature. And one of them is the pragmatic, technical part. Reading, and there are a lot of studies, neuroscience talk about it, a lot is being talked about it, written about it. You know this research. reading really influences our minds, our skills. When we have physical exercises, that influences our body and also our heart and its efficiency, as well as other important parameters. Reading teaches us abstract thinking. It influences our memory. It trains our memory, our imagination, our concentration, which in the era of social media and electronic media that weaken our cognitive abilities in many different ways, reading is very useful and very important. On top of that, I believe that it is very important to shape the abstract thinking ability. That is the way of thinking that allows us to take a certain perspective, to capture the pattern, to capture the structure, that also allows us to distance ourselves from certain emotional dimensions. So in the modern landscape of social media, that is dominant. So practically speaking, the social media and electronic media architecture is created in such a way that we should be constantly aroused and also enraged for many different reasons. It is useful for those who create that technology. The ability to think in an abstract manner allows us to have a different perspective and makes us less prone to propaganda, to persuasion in politics, in marketing, and many other persuasions. So it has got a very pragmatic dimension, and whoever reads can understand themselves better. Who reads is prepared better to handle different parts of the perspective of our world, of the surrounding world. But there's also another aspect, which is, if not equally important, maybe even more vital than the first one. What is it? Well, reading is probably the only way that has been worked out by humanity to enter the head of another human being, to be able to understand, to see, to access how the other person feels, thinks, and views the world. It is not just the person in front of us, but also someone who lived in a different era, historically, different times, in a different culture. So that would be shaping mentalization in psychological terms. This is also a very trendy word and a very broad term in psychology and psychotherapy at the moment. So mentalization is trying to understand the other human being, someone with feelings, with emotions, with interest, separate from me, but analogical at the same time. So reading shapes mentalization and increases our quality of life and creating the world when there is more compassion, more understanding, which in the era of social media and identity wars is something very useful and something that we are missing. This is why I believe we should be reading books. Thank you. That's the way it is. But it was also interesting for me as I was reading your book that I got the impression that reading overlaps with other themes. For example, you write, don't trust your emotions. So reading also allows you to harness your emotions, that this chapter also allows you to go to other thoughts. But I would like to go to Åsa.
So, because we were talking about you as an author meeting hundreds of children or readers in general, but a lot of children among them, and how you see them becoming very empowered through reading. Could you tell us about that experience a bit? I think it's actually very close to what Tomasz said in the understanding of reading as a means to make us all subjects in the positive term, not objects of communication, but real people that have their say.
My field is close to the children, of course. As being a children's writer, I get the reactions, I participate in different kind of reading projects, and I also lecture for grown-ups about reading from the early ages. And the picture books is one of my field of both hard work and great joy. And becoming a reader is a process over time. And we are never finished with becoming better readers or elaborate our reading, go deeper. It's not something we learn at one point in life, and it's not like riding a bike, you know, it's something else. So the connection in between becoming a reader and democracy, I jump into that one if you if you're fine with it. It's not only that we should read to be part of democracy or to be advocacy for a democracy or be, you know, like good citizens, but it also a question of understanding democracy as an act through reading as an act. And especially for small children in preschool, kindergarten, and the first years in school, we as adults, if we are aware of the democratic mechanisms, we can really make reading into an experience where the children understand what that is. We don't need to talk about it, we are doing it. And that is to be sharing power. Because part of democracy is to share power and distribute power in a way so it can be a part of our everyday lives. So, by including children in the process of choosing books, of reading books, how to read them, and respond, having discussions. This sounds very simple. But after talking to preschool teachers, this evoked a lot of emotions and a lot of discussion. Since it turns out that most preschool facilities have someone that is the professional person, someone who chooses the books, someone who is better on reading loud than others. And know how to put the questions. So I took this example.
So you're saying they have problems to distribute the power, actually.
Yes, yes, because democracy is something...
At a very low level.
Yes, it's definitely. We as a child who's... Sorry, the microphone is talking to me. Child who's... That word is very difficult. Childhood is a place where we are less in power. And that is the only common thing you can say about any child anywhere in the world. To be able to be part of the life as readers, as subjects, grown-ups will have to share the power. There is no other way. And this is also how democracy works. If we are not given our fair share of power as citizens, we have to take it. And then we have some kind of revolution, you know, if you put it very shortly. But distributing power through the act of reading, that is like a hand-on lecture in democracy for those who are less in power, the children.
You also told me about the experience of sort of seeing children immediately empowered through their experience, right? That was, I mean, for me, that was a very important and interesting conversation we had, that you said children, after having read a little and after having understood and having seen that they can read and can understand, suddenly become different children, right?
Yes, and I think that at one point happens to all children. We have to be aware of this process to encourage that feeling. And also by once again, letting go of the power. Do not ever think that you know anything about what a child has experienced during a reading session. One has to ask, but one has to ask open questions that encourage a conversation. Never yes or no questions. This was a good book, wasn't it? And then the child goes, yay, this was a good book, because the idea of communication, conversation is to agree. Then everyone is satisfied. But ask, what did you like about this book?
Or what didn't you like?
The second question is, what didn't you like? One do not have to like everything that is put in our hands. And giving the opportunity to express these kind of thoughts leads us to a place where we can openly share different kind of opinions. Democracy, you know.
Thank you. Przejdę teraz na polski, bo bym chciała się zapytać.
I'm going to switch to Polish now because I would like to ask the fourth power. Also speaking about reading like empowering or sharing power. And our Boleslav, the king Boleslav the Brave, came to my mind because he was reading at the times that not many people were reading, because he felt that this means power. Because media today, well, we speak a lot about the fact that there is a race for information, because but it's supposed to be all simple. We know that fact-checking is very difficult nowadays because the world is full of disinformation. How are you dealing with that? How, from the perspective of a journalist who has a really huge experience, who cares, but at the same time, we would like to be relatable. We don't want to be old-fashioned. We want to be modern. So how the media world is dealing with this situation, in my opinion, it's not really successful in dealing with it. Well, of course, it's about like our role of the media as teachers, as recipients. This is very difficult because the times are difficult. It's difficult to be a teacher. And theoretically, everyone has access to every type of knowledge, but at the same time, they don't have guides who would take them safely through this knowledge. Therefore, what is happening, we could call a massive breeding of an aggressive idiot. And it's happening all over the world. Populism is growing in power. The cult of ignorance is growing, obscurantism. In the United States, for instance, I was reading research about that. Maybe this is fake news, this is the hope, but I'm afraid not. That 8% of the population in the United States believes that the Earth is flat. 8% of the American population, it's 30-some million people, so it's like the population of Poland. And the worst in all of that is this category that a few percentage of people that was asked about it who answered, I don't have an opinion about it. So now, if we would want to say that this state of minds or this nicely speaking, désintéressement, that comes from French, with the facts, is so huge, so universal, that it results from something simply. It results from the fact that it's easier not to know. It's easier to become emotional. I'm sorry, I have to say that it results from the fact that there are not enough people who are well enough, as Åsa described it, invited to read. Because if they were invited to read, I'm going to move to that part in a moment. Well, unfortunately, something really bad happened, and we see it everywhere. In Europe, in the United States, everywhere, in many countries. What's more, there is this cult of obscurantism, obscurity that was born, and lack of knowledge. And we have seen it during the last elections in Poland, when the candidate that was people complained that he knew too many foreign languages. Well, and he had to explain himself why he speaks many foreign languages. So I think it's similarly with reading books. Nowadays, an average young boy in school, if he would start such things as we are saying here, that it's great to read books, that he read something interesting recently, he would really have a tough time with his friends at school, with his peers. This is the problem. And we need to do something to convince people that there is a value in this. Or maybe if we cannot show them that there is value, we should scare them and tell them that democracy has to exist not in order for us to go voting, etc., but it has to exist so we can peacefully pass down the power. Because if it doesn't exist, every time there will be war. So maybe fear will provoke people to read. Media became commercialized in big part. They don't adhere to the rules, to the principles. The simplest message is presented in the wrong way. I was listening to the radio coming here, and a big part of our guests is listening to the same radio station very often, I'm sure. And there was information about what one of the guests on the radio said, and it was started with the quote from that person that was presented as a truth. And at the end, it was added that this was said about this one or that one. This is a typical mistake. Because electronic media is linear, and for a sentence to make sense, you have to say, this and that man in our studio 15 minutes ago asked about this and that, said this and that. And they presented it in a different way. They said this and that was said by this and this person. These are details, but if we go deeper, this results in the fact that us, the media, we are at fault for the state of the minds of our society. This is a sad constatation and very difficult, and I must admit I don't have a good way out. Okay, there are people in the room who are becoming active. Yeah, I wanted to say something which is a bit agitating. Well, it has become very fashionable to produce very long podcasts nowadays, and this shows us that we have this need to have some longer form. Well, the scientists or scholars differentiate between reading and writing, but if someone reading and listening, if someone is able to listen to a serious conversation for 3 hours about something serious, this is something noticeable. But I would like to ask Maia about something, because she is the CEO of PZU Foundation, and she also runs a program about disinformation. She deals with disinformation and counteracting disinformation for many, many years. And how you approach it? Why? Well, we understand why your program was created, but how do you perceive this? Whatever Jarek said, And also, I assume, I hope that there is a positive role of the media here. And of course, also, we would like to ask you about counteracting fake news. How much we have the opportunity for the AI which creates fake news would be preceded by AI that we will teach to detect fake news. There are a lot of questions, but maybe I'll start with what Jarek said, that we don't want to know. And I'm not really sure that it's true that we don't want to know. In my opinion, there's so much information that I don't know what to choose, where to get the knowledge. So I could say, I don't know. I don't want to know things about this candidate because I don't know if this is true. And why should I believe it? And this is a problem. We live in the times that we have so much information. Our brains stayed in the times of hundreds years ago with one newspaper, and this is where we are with our minds. We need this control. We are afraid of the future. We would like to know what would happen in the future, but on the other hand, who will tell us? And on the other hand, we have so much information around us. A lot of it are images, in big part generated by AI. We don't know what is truth and what is not. And especially young people are lost in all of that. And not necessarily they need to draw from the media that should give them the information which is verified. But looking at the Polish media, maybe not always it is verified. And I think the media has to do a lot because, for instance, Der Spiegel, I talked to them 3 or 4 years ago. They had like, I don't know, 80 fact checkers. And in Poland, we don't have so many fact checkers. There's no money for that. So I think that this is a deeper problem, existential problem. So how myself as a human being is supposed to deal in this world where I'm bombarded by information and everyone wants something from me. It gives me information, so I should know everything. I could know everything. It's not in my mind. I don't have to read the book. I'm just going to go on Google. And in a moment, we'll have those glasses and everything will be in our glasses. It's going to be in a few years only that it's going to happen. And this is it pretty much. And I don't need to know anything. And I think this is the problem, which is the main quintessence of why I work with disinformation for 10 years, because it started with democracy.
That would be 2015 when I worked in the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland. In 2014 and 2015, I also dealt with the theme of the first invasion of Russia onto Ukraine, and that was about information, disinformation. And that was the first method, disinformation, of attack on the society. So these days, we live in the world when we discussed whether the Third World War is going to happen or not, because Iran and Israel are so pumped up. And we have this information and disinformation in ourselves, in our hearts. It influences our emotions, what we should believe in, what we shouldn't believe in, whether this picture was taken in the Gaza Strip or maybe elsewhere, because the conflict was already established by New York Times as the first conflict over the internet. And so this is very difficult to imagine. So really, knowledge is key, and we should know it. And we have this knowledge through reading. So we should really also make people aware that the social media, that the internet is the way it is. And if I am aware of it, I can pause, I can stop. And when I scroll to the social media and it influences my emotions, I know that I can put the phone down, I can calm down. And also, well, with the first piece of information may just come out blasting, but then it can be verified. There will be also commentaries by journalists that I trust, whom I trust. So, of course, in the world full of chaos and fear, and we are very nervous, certainly taking a book is important, and this is why the rules for the times of chaos, these are really key.
Because Maia just said that actually we obviously need knowledge. We need reading in order to sort of try to understand what is the fake news, what is not fake news. If you're hearing English a second time in your ear, you can sort of, no, it's fine. So, because I had seen PISA's research from, I think, 3-4 years ago, in the 21st century reader research, right? They say the strongest predictor of children's media literacy, so their capability of understanding what's on the news and sort of discerning the truth from an opinion, let's call it that way, or fake news, is having read 100 pages of a book during the last, I think, quarter of a year. So is that your deep reading? Is that sort of the answer that we might have?
Yes, it's not automatically deep reading, but that's definitely where deep reading begins. You could theoretically deep read a tweet, but of course the dimensions would be limited. Maybe the first thing to say is that it's there's a correlation one way between thinking and reading, and that goes from reading longer, more demanding texts, preferably on paper, interestingly enough, to an understanding of digital situations, including fake news and all that, and not the reverse. If you understand how digital media work, that doesn't automatically transfer into a deeper understanding of textual reading. So I think if you wanted to put your money on one of the two, you'd have to do it on long-form paper reading. Of course, length in itself is a factor as well. Length requires keeping things in memory. It requires cognitive patience. It allows you greater depth of vocabulary. It allows greater narrative complexity, and you name it. So the 100 pages are indeed, well, maybe not a golden standard, but a good indication. If you can actually do that, which is challenging, as we've just seen, then you can do a lot more. But not vice versa. If you can read tweets well, it doesn't mean that you can read longer and complex text. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're starting to have questions from the audience. Maia, you wanted to say something?
I'm listening to the conversation, and I have a question to the fourth power. I really would like Jarosław Gugała to talk regarding agency. What do you do yourself? You are all here active and involved. What do you do to counteract everything that you have mentioned? Because we know the analysis and we observe it as well. What do you do? And what do people around you do? Because you have widespread social influence and what you describe as a reality. Can you please share your initiative as well? Because they can be contagious, and we could support you, maybe. I do my utmost. I was afraid of this answer, said the asker, Jarosław Gugała. But for many years, I have been promoting the idea that in Poland we would have a holiday dedicated to books, something that was once created in Catalan, and it spread throughout Spain. So this was St. George is the patron saint of Catalonia. So there are lots of meetings, there are books in the streets, and I have been talking about it for years, and I believe we should do it for the holiday of St. John. This is the Midsummer Night, and this is also the name day of Jan Kochanowski, the father of Polish literature. So I have been doing this, and a public library in Kielce picked up that idea. So I go to Kielce, I walk the streets, I give out books, and the president, the mayor of that city, joined me also last year. They are women from the public library, including the managing director as well. So I speak with people, and it's about convincing people that reading is good for you, it's worth doing. And I have read in the research by National Library that children who grew up in places, at homes where there were no books and people didn't read books, they are not going to read as adults. So if books are available at home, it gives you a chance that somebody, out of sheer boredom, even, while sitting on the toilet, will reach out and start reading this book. So when we talk about fake news and other nightmares of today's media life, I try not to support this. I really check it at my own level. I also try to stick to the rules of editing the news. I try not to do it. I try to be straight, because then people don't know whether this is the truth or it's a quotation from someone. If we are on the radio or TV, we have to state very quickly, this person said, and then what they said. When we write it, it's not so important because everybody is going to read what they said. But on the radio, they are not going to read it. And this is when they stay with this stupid knowledge, silly knowledge. So we really need to see what can be done at our level. And recently we have been inseparable. And on the radio recently we talked about similar subjects. So we have got a lot of different sources of information, and a lot of them are unchecked information, pieces of information. So people can simply manipulate us. Like children, we are not able to verify that we get that information, and that is wrong. We know that there is an initiative by the French that we should have a public internet that's going to be like a stamp. Everything that's in that internet, in that network, everything has been checked. So there will be no porn, there will be no silliness, there will be no other demons and fake news that make us idiots. As simple as that. So this is what I tried to do. And unfortunately, I feel really bad representing an industry that, well, to a greater degree, is responsible for making the world and people idiots. Thank you for this defense. I can see more arousal also in the audience. So there is a question, we'll get back to it just now. But the question now is, what would happen if we would punish the media for fake news? And Tomek, please tell us what you wanted to say. I would like to refer to what was mentioned during the discussion just here, because it is easier to get into this attitude where different conflicts, when people say rational readers and irrational non-readers. I think that this is an oversimplification. As you've mentioned, people read different things, and they also look at different sources as sources of credible information. There are probably two basic issues. First of all, there is the general lack of trust to institutions, to science, to mainstream politicians, to everything that is part of the so-called mainstream culture. I believe that here politicians and a certain way of thinking about politics that dominated the 1990s and early 21st century was about it is about the project and politicians who should really think what they have done wrong, why, and why they are also responsible for the lack of trust to the politicians, because it is easy to say that it is those dark ones, those who came and took away whatever belonged to us. It's easy to think that way, but it's worth thinking where the lack of trust comes from. And the second aspect is about views and attitudes. This is a very non-intuitive phenomenon. It is the following way. There are certain attitudes, false or true, they also influence the political world. So there was a researcher at the Harvard University who conducted studies regarding climate change. So what is intuitive? Well, those who are right-wing, the Republicans, they are more skeptical regarding the scientific consensus regarding anthropogenic climate change. And those who vote for the Democrats, they are more likely to support this scientific consensus. For the majority of us, that would be intuitive. However, the second part shows that it is those who vote for the Republicans, they understand the processes more, they understand the terminology more than those who vote for the Democrats, who agree and support that consensus. However, they don't have the argument. So they can say that, yes, the source is anthropogenic. Yes, that's the way it happens. That's the way we should talk. This is how we identify ourselves, but they don't really understand it better than those who are skeptical. The same goes for conspiracy theories. They go right and left. And so the mainstream media and non-mainstream media use conspiracy theories, for example, in a political war.
So like conspiracy theories, every party defines what the other one presents. And the one that presents believes that they only have justifiable suspicions, because conspiracy theories, it's only the others that have it. So this landscape, it's not so obvious. And I think that all those who represent a certain type of worldview and certain type of options within media and politics, the more liberal, the more rational, from the definition point of view, should first of all look at themselves and where are they irrational, where they become polarized, and afterwards look for faults in the others, because it's not so obvious, actually. There was a question from the room. Let's allow this. Well, as a young person, I understand very well that we learn a lot. We have to make a lot of projects, etc. And not always these are things which are interesting for us much. We understand that. And I don't fully know. Well, in such a situation, it's much easier to ask AI and get a short answer full of content. And as we know, AI, just like media, they don't. It doesn't say the truth always. But I don't know how to encourage students so they read longer paragraphs that require more energy than time, and not those short but full of content texts made by AI, from which we get just as much information. Yeah, how to convince people to check their sources. I think that this is a very important question and a key question that you are mentioning, because young people, but actually everyone, wants simple answers. We are sitting here, we have 1.5 hour panel. We can read a book that has 500 pages or 1,000 pages. It's going to be so interesting. But first of all, I believe that if we want to talk about the attitudes which are important for us. If we say that democracy is important for us, then we need one-sentence answer, because otherwise we won't be able to reach the youth. And on the other hand, we need to operate in such a way that we'll be able to encourage you. But I always believe that this is not in order to encourage you. But if you are here and you like to read, you could invent a project yourself or an activity that will make you encourage your peers. As a PZU Foundation, we made a contest for high school youth. This is called Clean Message. This is a broader project, and we had a lot of great proposals. Some of them are game cards, some of them are meetings among youth and seniors, and also encouraging to read. And all of them are about critical thinking and about how to make the message to be clean or clear. And I wanted to tell you a little bit more about what we were discussing here and to answer your question if we should punish the media in any way. Well, the media, in my opinion, is not the core of the problem. The core of the problem is that we have the internet, which is relatively young, because it's 30 years old, and 20 years old are the social media platforms, and they develop differently. We haven't learned about it, and what's more, we never talked about it, what it should look like. And it is something which is governed by huge corporations, those social media platforms that created this world on their own. And it's mainly about clicking and making good money. And media had to enter it because there is no financing for the media. So media has to present the information in such a way so there are clickbaits. So people click it and it's emotional. So there are a lot of different problems in this.
Yes, could I just add something to the answer to your question, which is about why should we do something that's challenging and difficult if there is an easy solution? And I think you know the answer I'm going to give you. And that is that if you don't do it, you're not going to learn to think. So if you want to keep thinking, then you owe it to yourself to spend the time and energy on doing something that's hard. And that's a very unpopular message, I know, but I think that's the only one I can give you.
Asa, Åsa, I would like to ask you a question. I'm not sure if Åsa is listening to me. You're listening to the radio? Yeah. No, because I think there's another answer to your question, which concerns the difference between reading a history book and reading literature. I think there's a huge difference between asking a chat GPT or whatever other chat to sort of prepare a resume of what happened in, I don't know, in the 10th century with Bolesław Chrobry, whom I mentioned today, and asking the same chat to prepare a short version of Shakespeare, right? I don't know what you would say to this, but I see a big difference between those two, right? And I'm not sure if you would agree.
Yes, of course. I mean, every different kind of information or experience or intake of an art form differs from each other. One comment also on this: why should we not take the easy way? Continuously, how can we demand from young people that they will do better than grown-ups? You know. So it also falls on all the, not only on your shoulders, but on every living, working person who has connection with searching information. And the same goes with interpretation of any art or any kind of literature genre, that everyone has to be, you know, looked at from a certain viewpoint. And we are demanding a lot from young people. And we are challenging them with different kind of projects, etc., to become all these better persons that we are not ourselves as grown-ups. You know, now when I have become less kind, the older I have become. So nowadays when parents ask me, how will I make my children read? And I say, read yourself. There is no other way. And how can I become a citizen that can that know the difference in between information and disinformation? It is hard work, and there is no shortcuts. Really, no shortcuts. But as you joked before and said that if they don't understand it, the young people, the use of reading, the loss of democracy, we will scare them. And this is such a fun contradiction, because you can't use fear to create democracy, even how very much you would like to do it. But this is something we have to bear in mind, that we all have the obligation to maintain a civilization as we know it, as we would prefer it. But we have to fight for it. Not by fear, hopefully, but by doing the right thing. Do not tell vague information. Don't put it forward. Ask what is the source of this information. Take the discussion with politicians that are frequently users of disinformation to create emotions. Populism thrive on lies, and people swallow the lies. They are like sugar and candy, and they are so nicely decorated, so we eat it. Not we, not the ones sitting in these rooms, but the other ones.
I think we believed a lot of fake news as we sit here also, honestly. I think there's a question there. You have to, please use a micro. Please use a micro.
Just hello, everybody. Just to answer the question of the young lady, referring back to Adriaan here, you mentioned deep reading, and I think the problem is that we're constantly thinking of what is the goal? What is the goal? What's the direction? Reading isn't about that. It's about a process. We're thinking about a product. We're thinking about an end goal. There is no end goal in reading. The process itself is the goal. So if we keep telling kids to look for short summaries of things, they'll keep doing it. We have to say, you have to engage with the book, engage with the process. And when you do that, that's the goal of reading, not to find out the facts, not to get a two-line summary, because I do it all the time. But that's not the point with deep reading. It's to be part of the process, I think.
And unfortunately, of course, the tech industry advocates this sort of frictionless finding information. And that doesn't exist. And so, I mean, I can't blame you for wanting to go where tech sends you and get quick solutions, but they just don't exist.
We have to use micros. I think we are getting more and more questions right now, or comments from the audience. Here too, and I think there's a third one.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Very sorry, can't hear anything. We are wondering about how to diagnose this readership crisis, and of course there is not one right answer. I wouldn't like us to
Za blisko? Za blisko?
Coś ważnego pani powiedziała po prostu.
You said something really important. I think that we need to remember that reading just like it was said on the panel. It's the issue of identity, also class identity. When the first questions were asked, those that you presented at the beginning, the majority stood up when you were asking about the number of books at home. This is still the basic indicator of middle class or higher middle class. My question is a rhetorical question, actually. How to do it that us, representatives of a very basic discourse, understanding reading as a basic and natural activity that we learn at home from generation to generation. We learn how to read. We learn how to live with reading, how to go out with our experience to the groups that need reading the most. Those who do not have this experience that they had for generations at home. Do we have an idea for a language with which we can invite to read? And this is a rhetorical question to us all. And the second thing is teaching. We are talking about attitudes, about critical thinking, critical looking at texts, but we are forgetting that this is an ability that we learn. So if we don't approach it with attention at school, at the language or literature classes, we need to remember that we need to learn how to read with small steps to build this very complex competence. Then we won't find pleasure in reading. So this is the answer to the question how to do it. Out of our research that we do in the School of Education, this is small research, but we know that one of the basic barriers in readership is that students say, we don't know how to do it. We are terrified because we're terrified with 350 pages that make us helpless. So this is all. We need to learn how to read.
Asa, you quickly, and then audience.
Your first question, that is not a rhetorical one. It's a very practical one. There are so many extremely good examples for how to bring out reading to all kind of children. I think every European country or in the US, we have extremely good competence.
And the second panel will be about
that can be done, no problem.
So maybe we'll take questions from the audience and then come back to Jarek.
Dzień dobry, Andrzej.
Hello, Andrzej from Educo Foundation. We bring the digital world closer to the children, and the digital world and reading are two separate things. They seem to be contradictory, but we find something in common. We teach children how to do coding, and we start with young ages. You've mentioned about the foundation of the Polish statehood. Madam Åsa mentioned about the foundation of reading. We have to start to read to children.
So teachers in preschool should read, the parents should read in order to get children interested in reading. And in order to do that, we can also add technology to that. So we have a small robot that teaches children to develop creative thinking, cooperation, and creativity. But there is no communication without reading. Your turn. I just wanted to ask, how are we supposed to connect reading with a process and not just to get an award when our system education, for example, only teaches us that we should read obligatory reading only to get a good grade? Congratulations for that question from the audience. So we will answer this question. It's not that we don't want to answer your question, but there are also other questions. So we'll take them first. No microphone, no interpretation, since it's impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come from a very small town. I work in a library that serves a community of 9,000 people. So this is really out in the sticks. So there are a lot of beautiful things that we are talking about, but we need to remind people how pleasant it is. And I recall a beautiful conversation at the Conference of Library in Łódź, where you talked about books, about Monet family. I have to admit that that conversation changed my way of thinking regarding that series. So what am I trying to say is that the specialists will surely agree that, well, whoever didn't grow up in a home where you read is never going to reach out to read, because books are difficult. They require some effort. So this is about concentrating on how pleasant it is to read, because with children, and especially young children, go to school. So we have got a great communication with kindergarten children. A little book, a great human being. This was a wonderful campaign. And then, the parents come to the library and they say, oh, that book looks interesting. I'll take it for myself when they come with their kids to the library. So we have to teach the kids, especially the young people, that this is cool and this is nice, but the school doesn't teach it. And so we need to continue to teach our kids. And so when we talk about obligatory reading, then we should really look at how pleasant it is. And what Jarosław mentioned, that no young boy is going to boast that they read. Well, my son started reading a year ago. As a librarian, the last 6 years have been, the times of crying, because my son had to discover it for themselves. So this is about the celebrities, about the Instagrammers, and to choose not the one from the upper league that the young people don't really listen to. We may not like the influencer, the TikTokers, because for us, let's say, they are worthless. But in my opinion, this is the only way to reach the youth. Well, young children are being read to. And the problem is when they are 12, 15, etc. And this is when we can also talk about reading, that reading is cool and it is their methods and not what we are thinking about. So, Jarek, did you want to say something? Well, I have been called out to answer the statement about the media and fake news. That's my basic profession. But we also have a writer here. And I would like to mention that the problem is also that we have to teach the kids and ourselves the pleasure of going deeper into the book, really reading and finding the beauty and the sense in what we are reading. So I used to, be really sad that an average Pole goes to the Philharmonic Hall once in 123 years. And what to do to make them go more often, yes? And we should go more often. But, if they do, then they would just eat candy and we would listen to, candy paper and their sound as well. So if we teach the kids that in what we read there is beauty, and we teach them that for the beauty, well, there is a need in our intellect, just like for smoking and for pleasures. Then we are going to read. There will be more and more people who are going to read literature. It's not just about reading for readers' sake and just reading anything. It's about reading valuable things and finding beauty in them. And also receiving beauty as something valuable and not rejected. So it is the poetry that should be Formula 1 of reading. And they find a poem and they will find beauty in it and they will receive something from it. They want more and more. So I need to say one thing, that we are calling ourselves the Universal Reading Foundation. It should be universal. So this is also an answer for you and a proposal for you, Radek, so that everybody reads, so that we get a grand foundation, that we try to get the kids to read anything, that even if they read anything, but it makes the kids laugh, then this great foundation, it translates into a greater amount of people reading what you would like them to read. I would like to give the floor to Maia. Yes, I would like to say one thing. We should have this trend for reading. And if we do that, then it will become more trendy. The more people read, the more trendy it will become. So, well, we should really rethink what is obligatory reading at school, because what we have at the moment, it really successfully and effectively discourages from reading in Poland. So for me, it is still uncomfortable that there are countries where the literacy is high. Well, we hear that in Sweden, for example, in the Czech Republic, the literacy level is high. But there is a question to Professor Adriaan van der Weel. Do you also research resiliency to fake news, for example? What does it look like in high literacy country? If we have a high level of literacy, is there a greater resilience to fake news and other such aspects? Do we have such research?
Such research, at least I'm not aware of it. It makes sense that there is a correlation, but if there is that research, I haven't got the figures on hand. Sorry about that.
Przepraszam, bo istnieją takie badania, które dotyczą poziomu
There is research regarding, for example, conspiracy theories, and it was run after the pandemic. So, of course, the level of the amount of people increased, of course, regarding the pandemic as a conspiracy theory. So we look, for example, at France and Poland, and also what is happening. So, Jarosław, well, we Poles do not trust anyone, and we don't trust anything. Well, we also know that the resilience grows by reading, so we could say that there is a correlation. Well, in theory, that was Grażyna's intention. Zofia Zasadzka, National Library, Readership and Literacy Research. So, regarding literacy and readership, such research has not been run because it would be very difficult to get the control group. But there is something else. there is propaganda, because fake news is not something new. It is not just dependent on the amount of media and the amount of information. This is also about the Nazi times and who is more prone to propaganda. This is the authoritarian personality with a lot of characteristic features. And something that is in opposition to this authoritarian personality is the more open personality, more critical personality, more independent personality regarding, for example, reading, critical reading and text interpretation. So the education shows up again, the task of the school that should train interpretation and argumentation. Populism is something opposite to argumentation and also deep interpretation. Deep reading is interpretation and not just accepting brief communication. So, of course, for the students, there is this great temptation not to get tired by a thick book, by a long book, but just get the message right away. However, the deeper interpretation of a longer text, the color of this communication can be of different shades. It would be good to have the tools to be able to use them as well and interpret them. You have touched a point that's very important for me, because on the one hand, it's much worse than you think, because you talk about a certain type of personality. But no, if it was about personality, something like personality would never show up. But the history took a different turn. But Germany, from a great bourgeois nation, when of course there was anti-Semitism, but it would be at a, let's say, controllable level within 2 years, when they were submitting to Goebbels' propaganda, let's call it Goebbels' propaganda, they reached a level of anti-Semitism at 85%. That, in turn, allowed to convince practically the whole nation that Poles and Jews are subhumans. You can kill them just like insects and parasites. It is not about a personality. It is about content that, if it is served in high doses and repeated over and over again, then every personality of every, even a bourgeois person, will turn into a murderer.
We'll take one question because our time is practically up. So please, thank you. The questions and the voices from the audience are quite numerous. I'm going to relate to two that appeared. There was a question about readership research, and the National Library research shows that the youngest readers are the ones that read the most. I would be careful with enthusiasm, saying that it doesn't matter what young people read. It's important that they read in general. And it's all right if they read something which is not really valuable. No, I don't agree. It's like with food. It's like if we were happy that it's great that the child is eating fast food, yeah? It's important that the child eats because food keeps us alive. If we get used children to eat whatever they like, so fast food, they're not going to learn to eat French cuisine and draw pleasure from that. And it's going to be very difficult to change the situation. And of course, from one hand, we have to find some sly methods to encourage young people to read and to have contact with books, but we have to be careful and vigilant insofar as what young people read. And we need to encourage ourselves as the specialists on the book market, and I know that there are many people here like that, to read young adult literature and be completely aware of what we are speaking about, to be aware what contents there are in this literatures. Therefore, what contents young people are dealing with and what contents, opinions, and qualities they feed their minds. Because if we believe that reading is something that develops our way of thinking, perceiving the world, taking over some attitudes, we need to remember that reading does that, reading any book. So if youth will be reading books where violence is romanticized, where there is permission for aggressive activities, vulgar sexuality, and young people is excited by these books, and they find pleasure in these books. It would be difficult if they didn't. I would be not so enthusiastic saying let's read for pleasure, because it's a different to have a pleasure when you're 40 years old and a pleasure when you are 13 or 15 and you read a book. So let's read literature that youth reads, but let's pay attention to the fact that there is a moment that it's worth it to demand from them and to try to show them literature which will increase the level of requirements towards them insofar as their literacy skills, but also educational, also worldview skills, etc. But I wanted to say something more, but my thought escapes me. Going back to obligatory reading, which is a controversial topic in Poland, you say often that they need to read book that they don't want to read, that this is not pleasurable, this is just for tests. Yeah, it shouldn't take place. However, unfortunately, the problem here is the attitude of teachers to the obligatory reading list. If the teachers are laughing at Polish poets, the big names, keep winking and say, I know that this is hopeless, but you have to read it, then the question arises how a young person is supposed to perceive the beauty of the language and the significance of this type of reading, which is a canon of literature. Canon, meaning the foundation of culture in which we live. I don't know any other country which is so much questioning the cultural heritage, which is so beautiful and so old. Okay, so we have two more panels. There will be still a possibility to have discussions. And I understand that Åsa needs to say one thing, and afterwards we would take the lunch break. But please, we will have the opportunity to talk more later after lunch break as well.
About quality, I visited an extremely good reading promotion organization in Iran a couple of years ago. And they were working with children, fugitives, they were working also in Afghanistan, etc., hard condition. And we were talking about the quality of the books they had. And I commented something that looks really good, yeah, you know. And she said, those who have none must have the best. So this immense poverty when it came to literature, reading books, etc., she said, no discussion. For that reason, we can only promote the extremely, very super best literature of the world to these children. So, quality matters, yes.
Thank you. Bardzo, bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much to all the panelists and you. And now we'll have a lunch break, and afterwards, other panel discussions. Thank you.
our event. And we shall continue after the break with the theme that, practically speaking, refers to what we started to talk about before the break. So I'm going to coax you into the hall after the break. So in the second part, we're going to talk about small children and early work on the brains of our small citizens, our little male and female citizens. So we are going to start with two short presentations by Diane and Kyle, and then we are going to have a panel discussion. So we are going to all activate, I hope. So Diane Gerald, she's already next to me. Diane is the president of BookTrust. She's the head of the renowned British BookTrust, who for over 30 years has been running and BookTrust, together with the American organization Reach Out and Read, are the best examples of organizations that work with parents with very young children. They work with those parents and their children more. Well, Diana, the floor is yours. You can tell it best.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I'm delighted to be talking about an early development perspective on building resilient brains for citizens. And can I apologize to our translators, because I am very bad at sticking to the script that I have. So in advance, if you don't get quite the Polish version, that's my fault and not the fault of our wonderful organizers here today. I'm going to speak in plain English, or possibly in plain Polish, about why reading to our children from when they are babies and very little, from when they are toddlers, can make such a difference to creating resilient citizens, and why you should care about it. And really what I'm speaking about, and I actually want to share a book, because this is partly why we're here, is why a book like this might make a difference to all the problems and worries and challenges we've been talking about this morning. I was reflecting about why this matters to everyone here. I'm going to talk today mainly about the benefits of reading in the early years from the earliest age. But there's also a second reason, that if we want to create resilient citizens and those who read from who are readers, actually investing in the early years, as someone spoke today, I think this morning, can make a very, very big difference, and it's very low cost. And also for all of us, as we think about our reading practice, and if we are a business, we think about our staff, we are all, when we go home, many of us are parents, we are grandparents, we are aunts, we are uncles, we are friends, and most of us can remember from when we were little what it feels like to have a book read to us. Very briefly, who I am and who we are as BookTrust. We're the UK's largest reading charity. We reach well over 1 million families a year in the UK, and we reach 90% of new babies with a program called BookStart, very similar to one in Poland. We also work very extensively with our European neighbours, and we support a global network of reading organisations for children under 5, which reaches 15 million children a year through those organisations. We just do a bit to help them and share practice. So that is reading from Peru to Japan, to Korea, to Canada, to Tanzania, to Sarawak in Malaysia. And we all have many of the problems we've been talking about today. And because I only have 15 minutes, and I know we're already behind schedule, I'm not going to talk in detail about this, but I think our message is that we are an evidence-informed organisation thinking about how we make practice change on the ground. And what I want to do here is just share a brief video with you about how we make some of this change in practice. I think it's a brilliant explanation that if you want to create the literate citizen of the future, we have to start in the young. We're going to take you to a very poor part of the UK, in the east of London, and listen to a scientific academic in the early years, and the Children's Laureate, who is our author advocate, who is an author called Frank Cottrell Boyce, best known for books like Millions, and he's also a film writer, and he's also an international bestseller. And this talks about the neuroscience of reading. And I'm hoping to stop it after 2 minutes so you don't get a lot of me, which you don't need, but I will see whether I can make that happen.
Well, we are going to speak to Professor Sam Watts about what happens inside a baby's brain when you read it a story.
Our brains and bodies naturally work through rhythms, so rhythms create stability, rhythms create meaning. And we know that as adults, our rhythms are fairly stable. And when we're reading to kids, we're creating strong and stable rhythms at lots of different timescales. Our children kind of latch onto these rhythms, and it helps their own rhythms, which are naturally messier, to become more stable, to become more predictable, to become more kind of adult-like. And we know that that helps them to be calm, and we know that that also helps their brains to learn to kind of make sense of these rhythms and to understand language.
So the scan is underway, and now we're looking at this. Is this like a visualization of the brain activity?
Yeah, so this is very specifically looking at how Ashley's and Mia's brain is becoming synchronized at this moment where you can hear Ashley's actually reading to Mia at the moment, and you can see the two brains are superimposed on top of each other, which we've just done as a rough visualization of the fact that their brain rhythms are in synchrony.
Wow.
So what's happening is Ashley's speech is creating strong rhythms in her brain, and Mia's brain is tracking on, is latching onto these rhythms that Ashley's creating, and it's helping their brains to get into the same state at the same time.
So it's like a song and she's joining in?
It's a song and she's joining in, yeah, and they're both singing to the same beat, and it's all been driven by this shared language input.
It's been really great seeing the work today because it's been really important for us at BookTrust to be able to show the neuroscience behind the work that we're doing and why early years reading really matters.
Yeah, so it's been really great being part of the Reading Rights campaign, really special for me because so much kind of neuroscience is quite kind of abstruse and technical, and to do something that actually feels like you're making a difference, it's been really, really fantastic for me.
I've always known that reading with a child was an enriching experience and a bonding.
Otherwise, I will go over time. And Frank is very powerful about the power and the enriching nature of reading. And if we talk outside this room, we are finding that talking about the way parents and babies align together when we read is a really powerful case for why reading matters and how it can help. I think our point is reading doesn't just deliver functional literacy. It transforms, it activates the neural networks that underpin emotional regulation and critical thinking. These aren't just academic capabilities, they're the foundations for connection, resilience, and lifelong learning. And the ripple effects are really profound. From language and well-being to creativity and equity, reading has the power to change children's lives if we begin early enough. And all of what I'm showing you is grounded in a wide-ranging review of evidence. It draws on hundreds of peer-reviewed studies across countries, age groups, and family contexts. Many of you here are presenting other research. We know that this is deeply founded in the science and the research. And if you want to look about what changes as we read with a child, you can see this pathway through of ages and stages. So when a child is very little, it's about foundational thinking skills, and it's about speech and language. As the child grows older, it moves more into what we might think about as language and literacy, and as understanding the world around us. And we've got good evidence about what changes and what doesn't. So how does shared reading, it's such a simple act, create such far-reaching outcomes? From pregnancy through the early years, reading together helps build the brain, and that matters for the context we're talking about resilience and critical thinking. Especially in the first 5 years, a child's brain grows more rapidly than at any other time, and it's a period of intense development, highly responsive to stimulation. Reading, talking, playing, and singing with a parent or carer strengthens the neural pathways for attention, memory, language, and self-regulation. And there's robust evidence that reading is a key driver of speech and language development. Among everyday activities, shared reading stands out for the quality of back and forth conversation it enables. Books expose children to rich, complex vocabulary, often beyond what they hear in casual conversation, and help them develop comprehension, print awareness, and oral fluency. And OEC data shows that children who are read to frequently at age 5 are more than half a school year ahead in reading by the age of 16. So if you come, the conversations this morning were about deep reading, about deep thinking, creating literate citizens. This is the beginning. This is what we need to set that up. And the education benefits go beyond reading skills. Early shared reading predicts stronger outcomes in grammar, numeracy, and general knowledge. Children who continue to read for pleasure into adolescence show higher achievement across the curriculum. But it's what's wonderful about reading is beyond the academics. It's about how children thrive emotionally. From the earliest years, shared reading helps children feel safe and secure by strengthening the bond with their parent or carer. This emotional connection supports reading and attachment, which lays the foundation for later well-being, confidence, and healthy relationships. What matters most isn't how well a parent reads, very important, but the emotional availability, the attention, and interaction in those shared moments. Research shows that shared reading can increase parental warmth, reduce stress, and support the kind of sensitive care that children need to thrive. And as children who grow, those who read for pleasure are more likely to self-regulate their emotions, adopt healthy behaviors, and have better interpersonal skills. You will find that anyone who talks about early years reading will talk for a long time, and I do not want Maria going, we're over time. So I'm going to skip a little bit and just talk a little bit about creativity. Shared reading not only supports how children learn, but how they feel, connect, and relate to the world together. And I think another colleague will speak to this in a moment. Stories offer a mirror and a mirror to reflect children's own experiences, and a window into other lives and perspectives. This helps nurture empathy, the ability to recognize and respond to others' emotions, including those from different backgrounds or circumstances. So not just my experience, but your experience as well. When children become emotionally involved in a story, they begin to connect their own feelings with those of the characters. This supports perspective taking and the development of theory of mind, which are essential for social understanding and compassion. Reading also sparks imagination and creativity. When children picture what might happen next, they imagine the world from a character's point of view. They practice flexible thinking and creative problem solving. Stories with magical or fantastical elements, Harry Potter, can be especially powerful in helping children play with ideas, question assumptions, and express themselves. Question assumptions. And the data reflects this too. Children read to at age 3 show greater progress in creative development by the time they start school. And in a world shaped by uncertainty and change, these qualities matter more than ever. Reading helps children not just to succeed, but to flourish as thinkers, as citizens, and creative human beings. I'm not going to pause on the next slides, but if you want to find out more about how you get parents to read with their children in a supportive way, we can talk about it for a very long time, or look at the EURead network, or the global network, or BookTrust along the way, because there is also lots of science about persuading rather than patronizing. But there's lots here. It's fun. And it makes a difference. And did I say it makes a lot of difference? You really can get people to read more if you ask them. But I think if I was going to conclude and give you a message to take away, I hope in the last few minutes I've been trying to show you how in a democracy, perspective, such as a simple activity, such as reading with your child, might be worth a proper look. And the earlier we start, the difference we make. Or to put it another way, this clever thing, a book, can open up a world of possibilities. I was just thinking, looking at my script a bit earlier on, that Frank was in the north of England, again in a very poor part of the UK. And he was with a group of mothers talking about reading, and he was learning. And then the brave one put up her hand and said, I don't read very well. How can I do this? Well, if you look at Dear Zoo, and this may not be popular in Poland, but it's basically one sentence with lots of different animals. The key sentence is, I wrote to the zoo to send me a pet. If you can learn that, you can read this book, because you can work out it's a giraffe, and you can work out it's a lion, and you can get to the end, and you can create the habit of reading. It's about giving families the tools for connection. It's a positive message of hope, and then we will get them reading. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Myślę, że warto.
Thank you very much. I think it's worth it if anyone wants to ask Diana about details of how they work, because this is really an amazing experience. And they do a lot of wonderful things. In Poland, we do have BookStart program. Mała książka, wielki człowiek, so small book, big person. And Kasia, who's over there from Book Institute, is the one who's co-managing this. So we do work in this method, but I think that the British experience is quite interesting. And now I would like to ask Kyle Zimmer, who is the head and the founder and the president of an organization called First Book, which Kyle runs.
33 lata. Tak,
33 years ago, Kyle started this organization and she runs it. This is a huge organization with $120 million of yearly budget. I'm sorry to be speaking about money, but this is a huge, powerful organization which does amazing things. So Kyle, please take the floor.
How did you know I would need that? I will apologize at the front end because I'm losing my voice. I've been on the road for about, I don't know, 2.5 or 3 weeks, so I've got water right behind me. As you just heard, my name is Kyle Zimmer. I'm delighted to be here to represent my organization, First Book, and we are a nonprofit social enterprise based in Washington, D.C., and so, of course, I was stunned to learn about this thing you're calling misinformation this morning because it's so startling to me to know that that exists in the world. What First Book is focused on is supporting and elevating educational opportunities of all sorts for kids in poverty, ages 0 to 18, in really every conceivable setting. And I'll address that over the course of my comments. I do want to say how honored I am to be here with you, Maria. And you and I met last year when you were in Washington to receive an award for the Universal Reading Foundation from the U.S. Library of Congress. It's a stunningly wonderful accomplishment that, of what you've put together even today. So please. And so it's inspiring to be here, and it's an honor. I think I'm controlling the slides, which should scare all of us. Look at that. We are not the first ones to connect reading and education and citizenship and democracy. The earliest widely acknowledged connection between these critical topics can be found in ancient Greece. It was particularly Athens. The Athenian educational system was specifically designed to produce well-rounded citizens who were capable of shouldering the responsibilities of growing their democracy and developing those early theories. You can find wonderful, inspiring quotes like this by Socrates or Plato or Pericles all over the internet. And while we're inspired by these visionaries, what we have to also remember is that they failed to meet their own goals. Education in ancient Greece was limited to free men, as was their democracy. Most girls were not educated beyond household functions, and slaves were rarely educated at all. And while before we scoff too much at the failures of ancient Greece, we have to come to terms with the fact that nearly every country in the world, all of these ages later, has continued to fail to elevate quality education universally for all of our children and all of our citizens. So we have to look each other in the eye and say, as dedicated as we all are to these themes, to these foundational issues, we're not getting it done, full stop. And that is sort of a negative point to start a set of comments on. But, in the US, in my own country, I've come to terms with this over the past 33 years. And what it's called upon me to do is to constantly question the models First Book is using, what we're thinking about, what we're not thinking about, the data that we need to make better decisions, the partnerships that we need to reach out and build. And I really want to call on all of you because it's on us, it's on our shoulders. In the US, the major failure falls on the lines of poverty, which of course is a set of issues that are deeply rooted in race and culture in the States. And I believe sometimes when I'm running around the world that there's a sense that the wealth of the United States and just the sheer magnitude of the country, that the streets are paved with gold and that the schools are high quality. And I'm sad to report that the disparities are damning in the US. This is what inequality looks like in the States. And the organization I founded focuses on addressing exactly these kinds of issues. And I tried to put together this slide to show you a couple of things. One is the startling numbers, 27 million kids growing up in poverty. 80% of fourth grade students who are from low-income families, 80% are not reading proficiently. These are, and you can see, by the way, that US public schools, these are systemic decisions. When you fund your public school systems by property taxes, you bake into the ability to spend money in those schools and inequality that's almost impossible to overcome. So, you know, we all recognize, and I certainly, all of us who are dedicating our lives to these issues, we recognize that this profile in the wealthiest country in the world, this profile means that we're jeopardizing our democracy, we're jeopardizing our economy, we are dooming millions of kids and their families for generations to a lack of well-being. And even recent studies I've seen have shown that there's a link between learning, between educational opportunities and life expectancy. You know, there's just no end, to be honest. Now, I've had a lot of experience. I'm old, you guys. I'm old, you guys. And I was on the board of Ashoka at the global level for over 25 years. And I didn't start when I was 10, by the way, sadly. And I've been involved with the Schwab Foundation since I was elected as a fellow in 2007. My own organization, as you heard, is 33 years old. So I've learned a few things, and I just want to race, I promise, across 4 ideas that I think can make a real lasting difference. But these are strategies, so I'm coming at this from a slightly different angle than my friends and colleagues. I'm gonna get a drink, forgive me. Now I can sing. Number 1 is, the challenges we are facing are far too large for small ideas. The way First Book, we have to think big. The numbers are staggering in almost every country, and we have to think big about solutions. So the way First Book has tried to address systemic solutions, which I think are critical to making progress, I'm just going to give you a couple of quick examples. First Book sees, when we see the number 27 million kids growing up in poverty, that's a daunting number. But what we recognize is that there's power in that number. There's power in that number. And from our earliest days, First Book sought to aggregate the full breadth of adults in the lives of kids in poverty across the United States. So we have built a community that's unprecedented that currently serves over 600,000 members. These are individual teachers and caregivers from all these kinds of organizations and many others. We actively work to elevate them as a community, bringing them together, getting them what they need to do their important work. In fact, I was mentioning to a couple of you, this summer we're launching a new experiment, a community platform, and that platform will allow us to live stream town halls so that the community can talk together. It will allow us to provide live stream access to experts so that we elevate the skills of folks teaching reading, for example, and as well as mental health issues and things like that. We're even reaching out to local theaters around the United States to try to capture those kinds of creative storytelling experiences and make those available to our community and therefore to the 6.5 million kids we serve annually currently. Another way we have developed the strength of this community is through collective purchasing. You know, when you are buying on behalf of 600,000 people, you know, you get some torque, you get some market leverage. And through the First Book Marketplace, which is our online nonprofit e-commerce site, we deliver about 11 or 12 million books annually. They are free or at very reduced costs. We've distributed over 250 million books to date, and this volume allows us to push the publishing industry to lower cost dramatically for our community, but it also allows us to push for relevancy of those books, to push the publishers to promote diversity of the content. For example, and I have an example here, but I won't take the time to show you, but find me afterwards if you want to see it. We have just added Navajo books to our platform, which is a tribal, it's the largest tribal community in the United States, and finding books in Navajo is an extraordinary feat, but because we've unified this very broad group of committed individuals, we can make it happen. The second big pillar is I think we need to get very flexible about how we approach solutions. If we've learned anything over the past 10 years, for heaven's sakes, we have to have learned that things can turn on a dime. You know, the pandemic, political changes, and what we have to do is, like the days, I should say it this way, the days when we can come down off Mount Olympus with one strategy that we believe will solve, will elevate and address the issues that we're struggling with, those days are over, or they need to be. If that worked, we would all be out eating spoonfuls of beluga caviar today, and we wouldn't be in this room worrying together about issues that we have struggled with for generations. We have to identify what's going on in those classrooms and programs, and we have to be able to adjust very quickly to the demands on those teachers and caregivers. Now, the way First Book does this is we run something called the First Book Research and Insights. It's a research arm. We run about 20 studies annually, and they're on a huge range of topic areas. I can tell you that, for example, this last year, one of the studies we ran identified a range of languages and resources we needed. As a result, within about 8 weeks of the close of the study, we added 19 new languages to our platform. We have to move fast. And speaking of moving fast, I see you, Maria. We have to learn to collaborate. This is a really tough one. You know, we're all facing the highest possible stakes. Our democracies, our economies, our children, and the lives of our communities. You know, no single organization, no single sector is going to be able to solve the problems that we have. And this is a problem, especially, if I may, for the social sector, because what happens in the social sector is our sector is characterized by such extreme scarcity of resource that it turns potential collaborators into competitors. You know, I was in the for-profit sector before I started First Book, and when I started First Book, people said, oh, it's going to be so nice. You're going to be working with all those lovely nonprofit people, and you are lovely. Don't let me say it differently. But we all know that if you have 5 nonprofits sitting around a table and you drop $1 in the middle of the table, the knives start coming out of people's boots pretty fast. We have to get past that. Now, one recent thing that First Book did is we rolled out this, and this was an experiment for us, a Diverse Books for All coalition. It has evolved to be more than 60 organizations serving kids in need. But even this is not easy, We've struggled with this because every organization has a different view of what quality books are. Every organization has a different view of how to prioritize which diverse topics, which cultures. So I'm not proposing this because I think it's easy. I'm proposing it because I think it's essential. I think it's essential. Honestly, we are not going to solve these problems unless we figure out how to work together. And finally, we have to be fearlessly dedicated to data. We need to be really clear-eyed in using data first to identify the problems we're trying to address, and secondly, to openly evaluate whether what we are doing is making any difference at all. And that's a very tough question to ask ourselves. And let me say, with that level of, struggle, for all of us, what we have to do also is share that data. If any organization is doing something that isn't working, right now, at least in the US, what the sector generally does is they try to dress it up in their Sunday best. And it's an understandable impulse because funds are tight, the funding environment is competitive, and you don't want to walk into a funder and say, you know what, it didn't work. We tried it, we tried our best, no results. But the truth is, until we get to the point where we educate the funding community and we put each other at ease in sharing data, good data and bad data, we will end up repeating mistakes. We will end up repeating it, and I will come flying over to Poland and I'll grab onto what I believe to be a great model, and I will share it in the US, and it will be without foundation, and vice versa. We have to get past this. I'll quickly say we ran a study. Another way to use data is we ran a study about 18 months ago where we evaluated the impact of diverse books in classroom libraries. And this was kind of a big deal because you may or may not know this, but the topic of diverse content in the United States is a hot one. So we knew when we rolled this out that it was going to be poorly received in some quarters, right? But what we learned was we chose 435 classrooms. We followed them for 6 months. We infused those classrooms with new, beautiful, diverse books. And what we saw was really breathtaking. We saw that the collective reading in those classrooms jumped by 7 hours per week. We saw that reading scores on standardized tests jumped by 3 points over estimated increases in the school year. And this kind of data, we shared it widely. We want everyone in the sector who's out there doing great work to recognize that this is a strategy that is valuable and it works. We didn't hold this data at First Book and use it solely for our own benefit. We have to be data-driven. We have to share it. And so nothing I've said is positive, maybe, or particularly, what it is challenging. It's challenging. And that alone, and being in a room full of people who are ready for that challenge, and I can feel it in every conversation I've had, that's where the inspiration comes for me. That, and this is one of my favorite quotes from another great Maria, Polish Maria, because I think this is exactly where we are. I think that we have to be like Marie Curie, and we have to roll our sleeves up and get out there. So thanks so much.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you so much. Yes, we met with Kyle in Washington last year. I was on the way, sorry, it's going to be a short story. I was on the way to Washington, D.C. I was going to be there for a few days, and I decided to write to a few organizations in Washington, D.C. to meet some nice people and get to know interesting people. So I wrote to Kyle on LinkedIn. She responded immediately. We were going to meet up for 1 hour, and we talked for 2.5 hours, and there was no end to this conversation. Now you can see why. So now we would like to talk about these issues, about starting early, about inclusion, and I would like to ask the next group of panelists. So Diane and Kyle, you've just been here. Please come forward. But also Maia Meissner, and also Robert Piaskowski. And I will just say who you are. Maia is an executive search.
She's a person who works, I don't know if you can say that she works in HR, but basically she works with various corporations, with heads of big companies, trying to find efficient and effective managers. And I'm very happy that you're with us. We'll try to find out from what it looks like from your perspective and in this community. Robert Piaskowski is the director of the National Center for Culture, which is the co-organizer of this event. Robert is also a long-term plenipotentiary of the mayor of Krakow for cultural affairs. He's the co-creator of many festivals, and he's a very interesting person, so it's worth to talk to him. And I'm just going to join you and sit down with you here for this discussion.
Działa, tutaj też działa. Wspaniale, bardzo dziękujemy naszym.
So this works. We would like to thank the gentleman for acoustics, for the sound, that everything works. I'm going to ask Robert, because we have listened to all of that. The National Center for Culture and the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, Book Institute, maybe I'm overlooking someone. The National Library, thank you. You run the National Program for the Development of Readership, and now you're preparing for our guests, our foreign guests, a program. This is a all-national program, all-Poland program, and the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Education together work on strategies for increasing leadership. So I would like to ask you about the new edition, how you work on it, but also in the context of challenges that Kyle spoke about. How do you see it? Are you terrified, or no? I feel encouraged to share with you my gratefulness for this conference, first of all, because I think that the force of every program and the interventions of our guests here confirm it, is building a network of cooperation. And you, Maria, you do it in a wonderful way, in an effective way. You've mentioned NGO, but we were also together creating the foundation of a coalition of cities for readers. And the moment when 80 local governments signed this declaration in Krakow, this was the beginning of the thinking that the social change cannot be achieved only through the tools of big structural policies that also have successes, but also some limitations, formal and organizational. And this change has to be happening also from the level of local communities. And what we did after the second edition of the readership development program. What do we have as conclusions is, besides the big successes, over 13.5 million books to local libraries, school libraries, preschools, next to the big investments into infrastructure that have changed the way that libraries function in small towns, especially up to 100,000 residents. One of the most important components of this program is the networking component and building competences and skills among librarians, and transformation of libraries into centers of civil involvement, citizens' involvement. So this program is happening all over the country. And there is another thing that we coordinate is equipping the staff in new competences. This program has been met with such a positive evaluation that 98% of beneficiaries of the program evaluates it as something that has changed the perception of library and the relationship with libraries with others. And they have started networking with many other libraries, usually from the regional level, which shows that the future of the program of NPR is greater stress on building networks. There are many conclusions. Recently, the ministry has published a report from consultations that have happened in spring, and there were representatives of all sectors, all industries participating in consultations, all libraries, schools, the Ministry of National Educations and sectoral organizations, and finally NGOs. There was a lot of conclusions, both positive and critical. The report includes the majority of these recommendations, and if I were to summarize them, I don't want to pour too much of details on you. It's a greater role of NGOs. We need to find a solution in order for the implementation of long-term governmental programs, so they can be run also by NGOs, because for now the legislation doesn't allow for that. And the coordinator of these programs, of these operates of these single activities can be done only by an institution organized by the state. And the second thing is the stress on the book market. We talk a lot today about competences, skills, development, democracy, about the soft approach, about civic involvement, citizen involvement, but without a healthy book market, it's impossible. And I think that the book market in Poland is not in a very good shape. It's difficult to achieve all these noble goals like access to book, access to culture, right to culture. So we are very happy that the readership level has gone up, and it's higher than during the pandemics. It's 41%, but still we are facing great challenges. And another challenge is that we have the users of public libraries in Poland in the number of 6.5 million. So what about the remaining 30 million? I think that the role of libraries in today's society is growing dramatically in that sense. Well, not negatively, but critically. The role of libraries, which are sometimes the only institutions of culture on the local level, is the condition for the development of a society which is reading, which is critical, which is involved, which has the civic approach. This is why we are entering the era of libraries as centers of activity of citizens and democratic involvement. Thank you.
To you, because I think it's very interesting to see how you work with business, because Robert talked about the sort of state investment, right? And what obviously the state is doing here in Poland, and a lot of our states are doing. But I think your case in the way that you are actually driving your funds by sort of financing what you're doing within your programs, I think is very interesting, and the way you're not using but inviting business to work to do it with you. Could you say a word about that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I will say, I think the two big layers for First Book for engaging businesses. One is what
You have to keep your microphone close.
One is two layers for how First Book works with businesses. One is what you just referred to regarding the publishing industry in the States, but it doesn't have to be the US. I think these rules apply everywhere. What we went to the publishers with was a proposition, a business proposition. We didn't go to them and say, give us free books. These are businesses, and we want a thriving publishing industry. So what we went to them with was a business plan that said, the way you currently do your pricing restricts your market to the top 5% of the social and economic ladder. Because in the States, I'll just use a quick example, a premium picture book for a young child, it runs about 20 bucks, 20 USD. And what that means is that the market for that is absolutely constrained to the top 5%. Those are the families who can afford that in any kind of regular way. So we went to them with a business proposition, and we said, we would propose that we will aggregate the buying influence at the lowest 30% of that same economic ladder. We will buy on a non-returnable basis, and we will knock every cost and every risk off the table that we can, so that there's an economic reason for them to partner with us. They are still making money with every book we buy. They're making a little bit of money, but it's risk-free. The books are not coming back to them, and it's a brand new market. This does not hemorrhage or undercut their current retail markets. That's not who's buying at retail, right? So that's one layer. A quick second layer is we actively work, about 50% of our budget is earned revenue from our First Book marketplace. And about 40% is sponsorship packages that we work with businesses to develop. We work very, very hard to listen to the business folks on the other side of the table to say, what's a home run for you? What do you need out of this? Who are your customers? Where is your growth market? And we really work with them then to back into a sponsorship opportunity that meets their needs as a business and meets our needs for funding to serve our mission and reach our kids.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. It's obviously very interesting. I think Jonathan will later also speak about similar strategies in the UK. Maju, ja po polsku do ciebie się zwrócę.
Maia, I'll speak Polish to you because since we are talking about the business and, well, of course, as foundation, we try, well, like many other foundations, go towards business with various topics. Reading or literacy is one of the topics, but there are many topics, and this alliance can exist, right? But it doesn't exist always. Sometimes we are told that we need to fit into CSR strategy of a company and find a business that would be interested in a topic. But before we go to that, I would be interested to find out how much do you perceive it from the perspective, because you're a coach, yeah? Your work means speaking to people, kind of guiding people in a way, helping people. And when the client comes to me and says that he wants to employ someone sensible who run the entire organization or a part of it, and then my work starts. I've been doing that for 15 years, and really within the frames of this work, we work with the candidates and clients, helping them, mentoring them, coaching them, and showing them the contemporary world, because nowadays this is important. As Peter Drucker said, in every thread, the worst is that we try to behave according to yesterday's rules or yesterday's prescriptions or recipes, and we want nowadays leader to behave in a contemporary manner. But do you see, thank you for adding to what you do, but do you see, because this is something that perplexes me, would you say that you see a correlation that contemporary leader who is empathic. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. We know each other for so many years. I think I know what you want to ask. Yes, I see everything in a positive manner, unlike people who participate in this panel and our discussions today. In general, and this has been guiding me since forever, that if you want, you can, insofar as the world situation, because we have an office in Washington. We have been in the States for 2 years already, because this is the universal knowledge that we have. They want to employ the same leaders. People all over the world want to employ the same leaders. So today it looks in the following way. I'm going to divide it into 3 parts. That the leader needs to know, leader needs to be educated, needs to understand the contemporary world, geopolitics. He needs to read. He needs to react every day to the changing world. Without knowledge, which absolutely comes from reading of a given manner or other, today's leader is lost in the world that we have, which surrounds us.
And then the leader, male or female. I use the male version to simplify it for simplification reasons, but secondly, it needs to work. The leader has to be effective, has to be on the side of agency. He takes up challenges, is responsible, and delivers as well. And this is why those who talk about the reality, and they talk about the reality but do very little, they actually retreat. The third aspect that is connected with our themes is that the leader has to be. It needs to be present, be active, and be. And that means he needs to act according to the values and really with the attitude, with the whole life, need to be in line with the values that his organization really presents. He needs to walk the talk. So he builds the organization with trust, and you know about the 5 dysfunctions of teamwork, and nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in the pyramid of well-functioning teams. At the bottom, there is trust, and this is where you need credibility, where you need to have knowledge and responsibility as well. And all of the leaders who I work with, they read. So from my point of view, an invitation to cooperate with a foundation like the cooperation we have here today that I have been part of for many years, it is a question of finding a leader who understands it without, saying anything. Wenger is here, and the president of Weel, our partner, is here. You know the love brand Weel, who came to us, and they came to us, and she said, "Oh, I've heard that you are working together with the Universal Reading Foundation. I would like to work this out." And so Weel had to convince the German managers and decision makers. It was not easy, but a book has been created that was written and illustrated by the authors of suggested by the foundation here. And so it is sold now, the book, with Vileda in different shops. And I know that that's not the end. I know that for 2 years in your company, on your scale, with your agency, you are organizing everything so that the book would be present on all possible levels. Would you like to share anything with us? Just wait a second, you need a microphone. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This was totally unplanned, and so I have a bit of a stage fright. I was lucky to have grown up amongst books. I see it as luck. And when I joined Vileda's team, then Maia Meissner connected me with Maria. And in contact with Maria, but also what struck me in my team, in the team that cooperates with my company that I have the privilege of cooperating with, I was struck by an amount of problems that parents deal with, starting with depression, ADHD, different concentration issues. And when I talked with Maria, we noticed that it's partially connected with literacy. And it struck me, I didn't know that 30% of households in Poland have no books. So we started looking at it in the team. So together with Maria, we organized meetings about writers, why it's worth reading. And instead of bottles of wine, we would give books as Christmas gifts. We also advocated for unlimited access. I don't know how to name it without naming the brand, but, well, here we can name it. We are not on Polish TV, so there are different platforms where there are e-books, audiobooks, they are available, and so all of our team members can use it as well. And really, in the halls, in our company, we started to talk about books, and that inspired me, yeah? And I also work with students. We have got interns, and last year, we also had essays and poems by Wisława Szymborska, the Nobel Prize winner. And all of a sudden, a girl of 21 came to me. She said that with my boyfriend, we sit down and we read out those poems out loud. And I said, great. But we don't, she says, we don't understand many words. I said, no worries, this can be managed. And she said, no, we Google those things. And so I realized that it makes a lot of sense. So considering the fact that 30% of households have no books, and we know what it means to read to a small child, we asked Justyna Bednarek to write a book. We wanted to really have someone who is competent in children's literature, how to write children's literature. So at the moment, we're at about 125,000 books that are added to our products. And it is pure business. And I don't want to do something here. Maria, no, this is wonderful, that the idea that someone is going to buy a mop because they want to get a book is absolutely wonderful. No, you have to buy a mop. No, not when you have a sponge, but if you want a mop and something else. So I hope that you do have a Vileda's mop. If not, I encourage you to get one. And there's also going to be a book there. So we are planning on publishing 1 million books. So we are going to multiply that. Yes, there are also, I have a feeling that there are also many other campaigns ahead of us. Yes. So I just wanted you to see that this business really works. We also have a partner at Velobank who, in their branches, decided to introduce shelves with books. We have got Biedronka who sells books, and I just wanted to show you how it influences the agency. So these days, a leader needs to work, and if they read by themselves, then they will encourage, and they do encourage their employees also to read. What Kasia Ranga said, thanks to Maia. So the idea that we give out, we sell, but we give out books with a mob. And it's a very, very democratic. So, well, if you work in the library, you know this, but as Robert said, only a part of our population goes to the library. That's the reality. However, the mob, maybe there's not always the Villedas mob, so we encourage people to get a Villedas mob, but the mob is omnipresent. I would like to mention something. I'm really sorry, and then I'm going to remain silent. However, I want to say that always try to be on the bright side and not the dark side. So I just wanted to mention a new trend regarding employees and employers. So Gen Z has been mentioned, but at the moment we have got the social phenomenon, which is perennials. So these are like the perennials that can blossom many times a year, many years. They are undescribable. Gina Pell in 2016 coined that term. And that is the generation 50 plus, 60 plus, that generation who now they start their second phase of life professionally and socially. And this is going to be one of the biggest raising groups globally. Also, from the demographic point of view, as you guess, it is going to be really vital for business. So they don't really feel the age. They are open. They continue to learn. They are open to the risk and to the responsibility. And certainly, they want to live another 20, 30 years in new roles. So I don't want to say how young you are. However, you are our new perennial because you are now in the second phase of your life. From corporations, you have come to NGOs, and you are running a really good foundation. It's managed well, it's run really well. And ladies and gentlemen, we have got a lot of representatives of the third sector, so maybe in the second phase of your life, you can come to the corporations, yes?
To the sort of inclusion democratic part of this conversation, right? So what we said about what Kasia Ranga did with the Villeda mob and the book, which is thus available everywhere in all stores to everyone. I think this is a very, very important move also from this perspective. And I think, Diana, you have a huge experience in reaching out to those who do not read, right? So I would say, I think it would be very interesting for us to hear how your strategies towards this. I heard from you guys 8 years ago that you would actually love to be able to work only with those who don't read, but you cannot discriminate those who read and not give them books, right? This is a nice sentence. But there's another part of the picture, which is that actually, if I don't get it wrong, what you're doing is not so expensive if we think state-wise, right? So why don't our states invest sort of more into your strategies? Investing into the early childhood is so important. Many questions.
Many questions. And why do states not invest in early childhood?
I mean, they do, but I think...
not enough,
yeah.
and not enough for early reading. I think it's partly because those years when children are very young are very invisible. We all know about schools, but even here, there will be a parent out there. You have a 2-year-old, you may all remember, you are exhausted, you are caught in your own world, policy stakeholders don't see you, and you don't have very much of a voice. Traditionally, this is seen as women's work. That's changing a lot, but I think there is a way that we don't really think of the early years as serious and as important, and some of our policymakers feel the same. My frustration is it's the cheapest time to get involvement. You know, our interventions are very low cost comparatively, and for most parents, including those parents who have very little money, as you know, most of them want to do this. So in the UK, we do regular surveys, and for both all parents and from parents from poor backgrounds, 95% of parents know that reading is important. So it's not, they don't know about it. It's in Carl's words, how do we help them? So for our poorer families, only 40% of children get a regular bedtime story. And the reasons why those parents don't read are complicated. They might be about lack of confidence. They might be about poverty. They might be that they're going off to work in an evening shift and they have 3 children and they are out working because they need to make the rent. So we need to get into their world and work out what works for them. And what we do, and I know that there are many colleagues here and globally who do the same, you need to go to the parent in their world, not in our world of reading. You need to find out where they are. We give books and resources to partners that they trust. Somebody at the mother and baby unit, the local church, the community centre where they've chosen to go, the school that they trust because their older child is there. So you go to them and you give them books that they want. Parents know. In the UK, parents like books about going to the park. They want to get out of the flat or the house, and they want something simple and easy that they can then use partly to talk to their child. It may be totally different in Poland, what inspires your families, but you have to talk about what the parents you want to reach need, not the stories you think they should have, but the stories that they want. I always use an analogy.
Zawsze korzystam z analogii. Ja jestem nietypowa w Wielkiej Brytanii, ponieważ ja nie lubię piłki nożnej w ogóle. To jest bardzo nietypowe, żeby nie lubić piłki nożnej. Jeżeli chcecie, żebym grała w piłkę nożną z moim dzieckiem, no to nie masz mi pokazywać piłkarza, czy powiedzieć mi, że to jest dobre dla mnie i mówić mi, że powinnam pójść na stadion futbolowy. Powinniście mi dać piłkę i pójść tam, gdzie ja jestem, a ja jestem w księgarni i tam mi dać piłkę. Dla rodzin, które nie są chętne do czytania, powinniśmy zrobić to samo. Nie powinniśmy wychodzić z założenia, że lubią to, co my lubimy. Musimy to ułatwić i my musimy spowodować, żeby to było łatwe dla matki, która ma 3 dzieci przed 3. rokiem życia i która jest bardzo zmęczona. Tak, chyba...
There's a lot of initiatives. And during the EURead meeting last week that we had with Dan and Weel, we had a whole panel about involving sportsmen, and and you were there, obviously. Sorry, about this. But I would come back to you, Kyle. With I think it would be wonderful if you could tell us a bit about what those 600,000 people do. I mean, what you give them and what they do on the ground or wherever they live, right? What are the strategies they might use? How do you inspire them? Because I know there's a lot, because you just showed us, you didn't have time, my fault, but now you can tell us a bit more. I think it's very interesting.
So let me start with who they are. Our 600,000 members are predominantly teachers and librarians, folks like that, from what in the US are called Title I schools. These are high poverty schools. But we don't stop there, because we believe, as I'm sure everyone in this room believes, that kids need 360-degree surround sound of educational opportunities, formal, informal, and so we have members who are librarians, who run homeless shelters, who run soup kitchens. We have folks who are running barber shops in their communities. As long as they can give us some information that shows that at least 70% of the kids they serve are from low-income families, they're welcome to come in. In order to serve them, we listen first. That is the reason why we started that research arm, because we found that there was a lack of ready data as to what the pressures are, what their needs are in those classrooms and in those programs. And so we listen first, and then we back into solutions. We design from the ground up. And so that means books on the First Book Marketplace. We got strong feedback. I mean, it changes all the time, but strong feedback that they were really worried about mental health of the kids they were serving, but they didn't feel trained in order to address that. I mean, these are school teachers and others, but they have almost no training as mental health people. So we instantly backed into holding hands with experts at the national level within the US who are preeminent experts on mental health, for example, and we got them to work with us to have free downloadable strategies that are research-based to address exactly the needs that we're hearing from the community. As I mentioned, we're launching this live stream option this summer. I mean, stay tuned, it could not work, but it might work very, very well, we're hoping. But it's an experiment, to be able to very quickly, readily address the needs we're hearing from the field. And one big need is that they want community. They feel isolated. And, you know, I don't get to sit in, pardon me, on every focus group, you know, that we host, but I sit in on them now and then, and what I notice is, you know, there'll be 8 people on the screen, and we have an external guy who runs the focus groups, and he'll be asking the questions, you know, et cetera, and then all of a sudden it becomes obvious that they're sort of shoving him to the side, and because they want to talk to each other, because they are killing themselves, they are overwhelmed, they are undercompensated, and they are feeling isolated. And so you'll see the narrative in those focus groups shift, and they'll start saying, well, you know, I'm from Chicago, but the woman who just talked from Austin, Texas, she just said something, I want her to go. You know, they start firing questions back and forth to each other. So we are also trying to build in those kinds of supports because they want to learn from each other, you know? And I think that's a tremendously empowering possibility.
Nie wiem, my powoli będziemy też z sali.
So we will slowly be taking questions from the room. If anyone would like to ask, I would be very willing to continue this discussion, but if anyone would like to ask questions, there will be a possibility. But one question in Polish, I don't know if to Robert or to Maia, to Diana or to Kyle maybe, about cooperation. Kyle spoke about it, that we need to cooperate. And you've given the example of 60 organizations that together you have built diverse books. In short, yeah, the name is longer, of course. We also try to cooperate, and I think that here, this room is also the effect of various cooperations. But what I perceive as a difficulty to a certain degree is that we all work in silos, because the first, the second, the third sector is one thing, but that we work in silos, and that even on the level of local government even, which, well, local government people are wonderful, and I really like to work with them. But it is this approach that this is the Department of Culture, and the Department of Health is next door, and we are here, and they are over there. So do we have any ideas on how to tackle this? Lots. I think that in general, a lot of positive things are happening in the area of corporations, institutions, and very strong opening in relationships, national institutions, local governments. Well, this cooperation was very much limited for 8 years, and as a local government person, I was actually experiencing this lack of dialogue. But in order not to enter some doubtful topics or dangerous topics, political topics, I would like to stress that we are redefining our institution from an institution that so far was targeted at supporting individual institutions or projects towards building cooperation networks. And it's starting to be a trend on the level of international organizations like at Council. I represented the Ministry of Culture in Korea recently. Poland joined the global network recently, this federation, and all our neighbors were there. And the fact that we weren't there before, it's really, it shows how backward we were. And thanks to that, we achieved to obtain a greater perspective, because we're talking about perspective of the global north or Europe or United States. And it was interesting to hear about the perspective of being excluded from culture in the countries of global south, especially Africa, the level of literacy in the countries where there are armed conflicts lasting many years, and there were suddenly connected to the internet. This is a lesson in being humble insofar as how we are thinking and what are our duties. But going back to our scale, about what we can do, because we're speaking about literature, I would like to inspire you with a title which in my life has changed a lot, and maybe you know the book by Rebecca Solnit, Up in the Dark. So, yeah, Hope in the Dark, which speaks about what we can do ourselves despite the silos of various systems. They will never cease to be silos, but even small groups of people impact the world, and you are the best example of that, Maia. So the future is unpredictable, but in this unpredictability, there are some cracks that give us possibility to act. And in those areas which are not managed, where we can start this agency, this moment of murmuring of the birds, you know, this sculpture of moving birds in air. It was said recently that it's enough that one bird inspires 7 the closest ones to move, and suddenly thousands of birds change the direction. So I think that what we should do, we should change the approach to readership, not only from the perspective of research of those who read and also those who do not read, because there's a lot of interesting information encoded in the silence, like the silence of 30% of people who didn't vote in our country. Who are they? Why didn't they go? Who are the people who don't read? Why don't they read? Is it the lack of practice or financial exclusion, class exclusion? Very interesting data for us, and on every level of social life we need involved individual birds that will inspire the 7 remaining ones. And I'm going to go back to the program close. This is the smallest element of our national program. It's the smallest element, but paradoxically, there are people in the room actually who, from our teams who deal with this project. And this is really moving. The relationships that are built among people, the knowledge exchange, also the transfer of leadership that Maia mentioned, understood as taking over the responsibility. And someone here, well, I also believe that whatever we can do is also inspiring politicians, influential people to speak in the literary language of literature. One of the opening speeches mentioned Barack Obama. I was in the Congress library once, and there is a whole shelf with books about the methods of working with readership and readership policies. And I remember I brought a book from there, all speeches of Barack Obama and congressmen about readership, and that was extremely moving. I would like to see such a publication in our country. Maia, and afterwards, I'm very happy that we had this panel. And that you mentioned Rebecca Solnit and Hope in the Dark. It was a very important book, especially during the pandemics when we had to look for hope in the dark. And I would like to stress that nowadays employees in their organizations need to feel safe. And the feeling of safety is started by building trust and by the fact that we are making as much as possible in our closest group, not looking into regulations and other big things. We just need to do the grassroots work. Monica, please. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this panel and for the presentation. I represent a foundation for children's development. My name is Monika Leszczyńska-Woźniak, and for over 30 years we have been cooperating with the youngest children and all people who take care of them. I would like to thank you for all this inspiration, because currently we have the role of a national leader as an NGO, and I'm bowing here, because NGOs all over the country, in 16 of our provinces or voivodeships, introduce standards to all nurseries in Poland. This program only started, but among others, the standard include speaking with children. We will be teaching, maybe we don't need to teach it, but for sure we'll pay a lot of attention to read together with children, starting from when they enter the nurseries, but also we work with parents so that they speak while reading, so that they shape their relationships with one another. And I would like to thank you, and I agree, and I know that there are such studies that the foundations of being active in an environment, in a community, is when you are the youngest. So I'm very curious what will happen in 1 year, and I think that there will be an opportunity to be happy about what has happened.
The second thing is, I really would like to thank you for this metaphor with the birds, because it is true that in preschool and at school, well, in preschool, people still read to the children, but in the early years of the secondary, of the primary school, well, you know how to read by now, yeah? So they go slowly, and it is really tiresome, whereas the books and the beautiful stories could be read together with them at school, with the parents. And this is the inspiration that I am going to also pay forward. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any other voices here. Thank you. Magdalena Radwa, the Institute of Educational Research. So first of all, thank you for this inspiration. to work with your employees, inspiring employees to read because, well, we listen, we hear about reading, and we could think that it's good, but we know that it's not too good. I understand that also during the study, we know that between 1/5 and 1/4 among our teenagers are actually threatened by the inability to fill out the form. The situation is even worse amongst the adults because the PIAC study has gone askew somehow, but it seems that 39% of adults have an issue with understanding the written text. So we cannot think about just one part of this equation. So thank you so much that we are talking about children, also young children, and also about employees. And I also understand that what connects us is we are thinking about how to do it at school, about how to raise competences and how to get out of this trap. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Paweł Setkowski. First of all, I would like to thank the director. I didn't want to interrupt you and give you an ovation, and I was really close to that, and I know that people do that, but you are doing a wonderful job for very little money. It's peanuts, so thank you very much. That's one. But secondly, I represent the business world, and I come from an event, Central European Security Forum. It was not easy. It was about Ukraine. There were some people dressed in blue, in uniforms, etc. So the situation, well, pretty difficult. So changing the context actually makes me want to share this thought that it is easy to manage stupid people, that it is a great temptation for those in power, that it's difficult to escape. If it's easy, it's easy. So why should we make our life more difficult when I make it easier to have access to knowledge? So this is not just a European or Polish phenomenon. That's the way it is. Unfortunately, we have AI, and what is interesting is that according to Oxford studies, and using AI for longer than 30 days on a regular basis, is that we unlearn what we outsource to AI. So, for example, when we outsource PowerPoint presentation creation to AI for longer than 30 days, then when we get off AI, we don't know where to start. Which way does it go? So what is the conclusion? So we read. The conclusion is that we all read, and it's an interesting phenomenon that we don't allow the AI, the politicians, and also the laziness to make ourselves stupid. There is an interesting phenomenon. It's called Spotify. People ask, show me your Spotify list and I will tell you who you are. So I was thinking that maybe, in the footnote, in the signature of our email, we should put our Spotify list that inspires us, and that would also be our business card. Does it work now? Yes. There are organizations that run it. I would like to say one thing in defense of the politicians, that there are very, very few persons who, in full awareness, would like not to educate. To be more specific, Monika Woźniak mentioned that all of the preschools now and creches in Poland will have a system, and it will be homogeneous, and it will include reading. Well, how many children in Poland actually get to go to a crèche? 20%. Unfortunately, the rest of the answer is inaudible, thus interpretation is impossible. So 20% of children will get it. And it's not that someone doesn't want to include all the other children. It's simply that other children do not attend crèches. So it is very difficult to find access to those children. Oh, I can see that you already have a microphone. So it's not that someone is doing this on purpose. It is just difficult. Olga Napiątek, Civil Polonus Foundation. There is lots of praise, and I wanted to also take the floor because for 5 years I have been running a group of tutors who support those 250 libraries in better work. So I have a feeling regarding what Magda said, that we have to think about taking care of the younger and the adults. So who is going to do it? So it is the public libraries who do it. So it is the program of being close and all the other places that they do it as well as it is possible. So this is about thinking about the framework. This is the local cultural policy. But it's also about partnerships that are local partnerships, national partnerships promoting literacy that get outside of those silos, that when we take care of reading to children, there has to be a cooperation between the local librarians, school libraries, and also the early education teacher. I know that Kinga Białas is also working on this also when it comes to the Polish lessons, but this cooperation is absolutely vital, and the political will and work is necessary because we have to have the regional, local, and also national policies. So in the new policy, the libraries have to get the support, financial, organizational, in order to run it as well, because it's great that business is supporting different actions, but in a systemic way, it cannot cover all of this, including the nurseries, the crèches. It is important what you said about people in all of this, and maybe the success is also connected with the civic society. Yes, it is the cooperation. Yes, it is the civic society that had been destroyed, and now we are coming back to it, and this is why it's working. So recently in Bydgoszcz, we had a meeting about literacy, but at the same time there was also the NATO forum. So there were lots of people in the uniforms, and at the same time people with linen bags, more culture. So two shields of this world. So literacy, it is actually our weapon. There are more than 7 birds over here. And so I hope that after this conference, your feeling of agency and also that you can make a difference will drive you, because it is really important to find the motivation and also to be driven despite silos. Well, what we had in Sopot, but also EFNIA conference that you organized, Maria, that was inspirational. Diana, Kylie, this was really important for me, and then Deutsche Lesen as well. So business can also contribute through special funds that will contribute not just to events, but this is about financing the social change, because in fact the programs that we are talking about is creating a social change that is organic, that's multi-annual. And this is really long durée. Our situation is not going to change overnight. We can build step by step. But just moving 1 or 2 percentage points regarding literacy is about our common satisfaction. So let us continue working on this connective tissues on level. This is the animation, this is the human resources, this is the culture, and really every level. We probably have got 1 or 2 minutes because we need to finish.
I'm going to use the example of the 7 birds 30 years ago, a woman in the UK realized a child in her school didn't know what a book was. She created BookTrust in the UK. There was something similar in America, and I think in Italy. Various people came. There was a woman in Japan who just got sponsorship for a year. She came, she talked to the UK, we talked a little. There are 9 million babies in Japan have now gone through that reading program. Somewhere in Tanzania, there is a man doing the same. We couldn't hear from him last week because he couldn't get a visa to Brussels, but he's doing the same. Everyone here is doing the same. We're trying to work out how we become the birds going in our direction. And some of those birds are not-for-profits. In my country, I have a car rental company and a teddy bear company who are also birds helping us. So any business can do this, but I am really confident, and it's hard at the moment in all our countries. We need to give. I will go home tonight to my 15-year-old daughter, and she will ask me what happened, and I want to be able to tell her that there are lots of people in Poland who are trying to make change. I talk to her what happens and to say there are people who are optimistic, because it can be very hard at the moment, and we need to keep the birds and the optimism.
Thank you.
Great.
Możesz.
Ja przepraszam, ale...
I'm sorry, but I have to share this with you because one word opens another word. 2 days after the elections, we organized a meeting in Gdańsk with Olga Tokarczuk. Is anyone in the hall who was present there? Soon we are going to make streaming available. It was an incredible meeting of a spiritual therapeutic dimension. It lifted the people who attended the meeting. There were people who came to that meeting who were like in a mass pessimism. Those people were broken. And what literature can give us at the time is a leader, and a person who will take us in the right direction will be spectacular. It is difficult to describe this experience, and I do believe that my words are also a bit abstract, but we need to recreate a community for recipient of literature.
Like discussion clubs, book clubs, reading in Poland has a networking character. 60% of people say that they've started to read because someone recommended it, someone talked to them. And this is very important what you said, that this is about recommendation, book recommendation, talking about it. The fact that we can talk about Rebecca Solnit suddenly, this gave us a lot of inspiration or power to act. This is off mic, we cannot translate. People are. What was said out of mic was that people are complaining about television and they are going back to reading books. Okay, thank you very much. I think that besides that, we need to talk to one another, all of us, and what Tomasz Stawiszyński said about all the cliches that we buy easily, that those do this and these do that, that we need to break through this, that the community is built when we see each other, and that the political divisions are something that we can get rid of. I'm sorry, but I need to say something like that. I believe that this is extremely important, because only then it will really construct an actual community, including or at least inviting everyone, because the fact that someone doesn't feel invited, it might be their personal decision, but the fact that we're open to everyone. Okay, listen, we have 15 minutes break now. Yes, we've deserved the break, and we'll try to return on time for our last panel. I would like to thank all my panelists.
Bardzo prosimy już o zajmowanie miejsc. Tutaj możesz być, albo tam możesz. Dobrze, słuchajcie, to już ostatni...
Home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We are not going to do any physical exercises. Maybe that would be the wrong time for that, late in the afternoon. However, we would like to talk again. So, the third theme is about the connections between education and business. That would be, in a nutshell, investment, business, information security. These are the main bullet points that we have over here. So we would like to start with Tomasz Gajderowicz, followed by Jonathan Douglas, to briefly talk about the themes, and then we are going to have a panel discussion. So I'm going to give the microphone to Tomasz Gajderowicz, Vice Director of the Institute for Educational Research, and for our foreign guest, this is a think tank that reports to the Ministry of Education. Dr. Gajderowicz manages teams that work on the reform of education in Poland. I hope I'm not mistaken here. Tomasz, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, the Institute for Educational Research has this mission to lay foundations for the reform of education in Poland, looking at the results of education when after many years of growth they are declining. That is our theme at the moment and our task. And I'm going to now dive into where I come from, because I also work with economy. But what is the relationship between reading literacy and the economy? And so the educational outcome translates into the GDP and economic growth. Poland is the country that has had the biggest economic growth among Central European countries over the last 30 years, and not many people connect it when they complain about education, how much we have achieved in education as well. Do not worry, I know that you have been here for a long time. I have got 45 slides and 15 minutes. It's going to be fine. Ask questions whenever you feel like it. From the economic point of view, it is difficult to measure the influence over economic outcomes. Luckily, we have got a few sources of data, how it translates into economy. So PIAC, that is the only theme that is about written text and about numeracy, and that is about counting. So certainly we have now bonuses regarding the fact that we can really understand the written text. And this bonus is not just about the salaries. It goes without saying that it influences wages and salaries. We have got a lot of meta-analysis and also a lot of research. 1 year of education, or the cognitive value, how it influences your wages, your salaries, but also well-being and also volunteering, for example. However, it is also about self-confidence. That is the value of education in economy. When we look at the PIAC survey and the competence of persons and age, we can see the peak around the 25th, 30s years of age. And we can see that in many areas, it also continues to grow after we graduate. So when we look at this literacy, And this is also about problem solving, of course, disconnected, and we can see that more or less it reaches its peak at this age. However, the new PIAAC study from 2023 lets us down, so to speak. It disappoints us because in the previous edition, 10 years ago, we were high up there. At the moment, Poland is way down here. We have got a lot of suspicions why that is the case. That is also the methodology of the PIAAC study itself. I don't want to talk about it today. However, this study gives us a great insight into what can be done to change the Polish education and the global education as well. In Poland, we can see over here the average for the understanding of written text and also the variations. So the weak results, what we can see on the left, and this is not that something happened in our population in the recent years. It is more than the pattern of answers, responses, and the answers of those who took the survey. So 10 years ago, when the PIAAC person came to a household, it was something cool. Now, very often, they are just dismissed. We also see the reaction time that we should go inside as a variant and not just comparison with other countries. This is why there is an asterisk in the PIAAC study in the OECD report, but we can see that there is a correlation, undeniable coordination between skills and wages, and this is both when it comes to mathematics understanding and reading comprehension. We know that the higher the competencies, the better the competencies, the more we earn. More precise study where we are in this educational part, it is when we do a survey amongst the kids, when for 1.5 hours they have a test, for 1.5 hours they solve different questions and tests. And over here we can see that Poland is pretty high, and this is also the reason of the economic growth over the last 30 years and the growth in Polish education as well. However, between 2018 and 2022, we can see a drop, and this is a great threat to the Polish education.
Poland has a lot insofar as understanding read text and mathematics. This is why the Institute is creating the reform of education. This is the miracle of Polish reforms. Up to 2018, Poland was in growing trend. It's just a few countries that had the greatest increases and decreases. If we add to it to 2018, only 2022, here in the understanding, in the reading comprehension, we see the drop. These chairs will kill me. From 512 points, that was over the average for OECD on the level of Finland, we see the drop to where we would have been if the trend would be kept by almost 30-some%. 30-some%, how much is it on PISA scale? It's about 1 or 2 years of education. This is how much Polish students between 18 and 20 years old lost. This is a massacre. Maybe no names today, but where did this come from? Let's see. All countries lost, especially Poland. Where did this loss come from? COVID, you will say. Okay, but Poland came down from here to here, and other countries lost less. Yeah, various other things that were happening in education. Do we have studies for that? Yes, we do. There are studies that show how closing the schools during the pandemic and how long it was closed translated to reading comprehension. And this is actually harrowing. This table shows that proportionally to the length of the closing of schools during the pandemics, the results went down. And the second half of this effect we have in Poland because everything else that was happening in education. We know what happened because there was a great study, and we had a cohort before the reform and after the reform. So we were able to decompose the effect of the educational reform, and it turned out that half of the gap is the effect of the pandemics, and the second half is the structural changes in the education that took place. This is unfortunately a stable result between national studies, PISA studies, first PER studies, then PISA studies, that shows what it looks like in all countries proportionally. How long did the schools were closed for in the pandemics? The longest in Europe. Unfortunately, the longest in Europe, and this had its additional effect. This is the study that I was talking about, showing how the results of students differ depending on the cohort they are in. And this study allowed us to decompose the effect between the structural changes in education and the pandemics. So as I've said, half and half. So half of the negative effects is pandemics and half the reform. This is why I need to the reform, not to introduce the changes, but to address this gap and go back to the growth path. We're boasting about it all over the world, not in Poland, because we're complaining about education, because this is what you do. But in the world, this was an example of a country that didn't have flat results, but was climbing throughout all these 20 years. Okay, so how to do it? So discussion goes towards the skills of the future. There is a number of dangers that await us. This is thinking about what are the skills of the future, how to make children in nowadays world to deal better with information, misinformation, myths. We've talked about it a lot today. And the popular myth that unfortunately functions is the following, that it requires to stop memorizing things, and it's not true. There is no critical thinking without some remembered schemes for solutions. Where do we get it? In school. Unfortunately, critical thinking is something that we remember. The fact that the chess master can solve something, it's not his genius. This is because he remembers what are the schemes of working in given situations. It's not only the chess players, also mathematicians. We are experts in given area, and then we are become masters. This is how we read in direct instruction in school, but also by reading books when we are learning about different schemes of thinking and reactions of other people described in various ways. So if we want to teach critical thinking without going into much detail today, the only path to achieve it is deep knowledge in a given area stimulated by these three basic competences. So understanding, reading comprehension, mathematic understanding, etc. This is not very sexy, not very attractive, that this is how it is. But it doesn't mean that it's supposed to not be attractive. It's supposed to be attractive, but at the same time, it cannot lose the base. The examples of countries that went towards reforming the education exactly in this way, by liberalizing it completely. This is the famous Finland. I love at the educational conferences when the Finnish expert comes on a white horse. God, I hope there were no Finnish experts here today. That's good, because a Finnish expert usually enters on a white horse and talks about Finnish reforms. Well, if you would go back in my 40-some slides to this slide, you're going to see that Finland, which is this line almost the opposite of Poland, going down and down and down in recent years. Finland is an example of how to destroy an educational system by making an educational reform throughout the last 20 years, and not how to improve it. Economy is another topic. We'll move to economy in a moment. No, it's impossible that time is up. We started later. I have at least 6 hours. If we wanted to ask a Finnish expert how to change education, we would have to ask this one who was in school here in 2000, because the results of Finland were spectacular then, not later. Let's go back to our story about how we learn. So the transfer of knowledge This is the holy grail of education. The fact that in one area we can remember some schemes and we can move them, translate to other areas. It turns out that this is extremely difficult. Like in chess, it doesn't allow for transfer. You know why the chess players are geniuses? What are they geniuses in? Only in chess playing. When Garry Kasparov started to write a book about economy, I'm sorry, but no. Isaac Newton, this excellent physicist, when they started to deal with chemistry, it didn't work. Edyta Górniak, excellent singer, when she starts talking about life, it doesn't really work either. So this is the key for education of high quality. And this is how we create the reform of education based on deepening knowledge and understanding these schemes through building the understanding of texts, literacy, which is not well translated into Polish. This is the future of education. But I was supposed to talk about economy. I was supposed to be the economist. If we take PISA studies, when we research 15 years old, and for 20-some years we observed those results, we can see what was the impact of these on economic growth in various countries. So we here estimate the parameter with human capital in an equation that explains economic growth. And when we look at the parameters in this equation, controlling all the other characteristics of economy, the results are stunning. So parameter 1736 is in the Hanuszka-Bosman research, which one deviation, 100 points on PISA scale, it's translated to 1.736 of economic growth. Do you feel the dramaturgy of what I said? Yes, this means that the whole economic growth that we have in the countries that are standing out are in fact these values that the world is fighting for, that the economy is fighting for. This is an argument for ministers of education when they talk to ministers of economy. This is the value of learning. The value meaning that we have a society who can read, who can analyze phenomena, understands the text, and can go to higher economic levels, but built on reading. Of course, those analyses were varied, but the parameter 1.76 is not one of the highest. Nowadays, the tests that we creating these research shows that this parameter can be even 6 times as high. This is a sense of existence of Polish state and many others. Okay, we have used these parameters for wealth growth, like the COVID gap and what happened in Polish education and other countries, to how it translates to economic growth. And these effects, on one hand, on economic growth and on also remuneration, individual remunerations, it shares a shocking image, meaning for every single person, every year or each year value of loss because of educational loss and what happened to Polish education is about 3,000 zloty throughout the whole life. Already today, we estimate it at 74,000, which is equal to 7.2% of cumulated loss in GDP. These are results because we operate as, economy works in a cumulative manner. So we built on an economy that was existing 1 year ago. So this growth is exponential. We see that this is actually not only the discussion about education, but elementary patriotism and looking at the future of nations and countries. This is what the educational loss is, and this requires absolutely a key that we need to look at it, because we don't link these things. We talk about education as something which is later about labor market and economy, but there is a direct transfer of the quality of education to the economic result, and this is actually proven. There is no doubt. It requires to fight with myths, fighting with everything that we say about education nowadays, which is not according to the truth. And we try to do it in our institute by designing this solution, looking at the facts regarding what works insofar as teaching methods, exams, tests, textbooks. So the education goes back on track. There is no argument that education in Poland shouldn't be on a level of Singapore. There is no argument. Please believe me. They have other brains. Some neurocognitive said something like that to me. No, their brains are the same. But one of the important thing, and this is the second part of my presentation, but I have still 3 minutes, so there is no problem. There are preferences regarding readership. It just turns out that motivation for reading is also really well researched in economic literature. It is done in methods based on hypothetical choices, putting people in situations where we give them various life activities, including reading, and they just choose one of the scenarios, one of the scripts that they would choose, looking at the time distribution. These studies allow us to understand what excites us, what excites children in school, what encourages them to change the way they spend their time. This is based on modeling economic usefulness insofar as how our brain works in the choice of hypothetical scenarios. And we've done such studies not only in the context of future professional career preferences insofar as professional paths, careers, preferences insofar as learning, but also how they learn, how they read, and what things they prefer to read. And we would say that therefore, maybe we could find such activities, readership activities, that really are attractive to them. But is whatever attractive to them is what we want to offer to them? This is an important question in education. And research shows that motivation is not born from the fact that someone will think that they'll get something attractive. Motivation is born from the fact that I am successful in understanding something. Big cognitive problem for youth reading is lack of vocabulary. Rosenstein said that if you don't understand 95% of text that you read, you're unable to understand it. We see it when we are learning foreign languages very often. And this is the problem of the socioeconomic community for people who enter readership, which get very often disappointed, discouraged. And in those models for different time spending, we see here Warsaw versus Poland in this experiment of hypothetical choices. The strongest preference was for reading related to some short reading and on internet, surfing on the internet. But please notice that many other methods of reading were also attractive, but only we see the full pictures once we see varied preferences insofar as how they are taught in school. This is not a discovery, but we see a gigantic difference in preferences among students which are on the top insofar as cognitive results, and their preferences insofar as reading novels, books, versus those who are not dealing with it very well.
This is a capital of knowledge, of vocabulary, of understanding certain patterns to understand history. So if we want to promote literacy, economic growth, and also the future of the country, we need to make up for those differences that come from the socioeconomic background, and we need to deal with hard knowledge and also thinking patterns that will allow us to build on that. The most differentiating thing in education is for the kids to choose what they want to do. We need to give them options, choices initially, to give them a set of tools how to learn, and then they are going to build on that. And of course, it can be done in a cool and attractive manner as well. However, to promote literacy, we have to really teach effectively and properly. Already? Thank you so much for your attention, then.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you so much. I surely didn't understand everything, but then we can ask Tomek questions. And now I would like Jonathan Douglas to take the floor. He is the boss of National Literacy Trust from the UK, and this is a non-governmental organization in the UK, in Great Britain. Maybe a comparison. Someone started saying about the Universal Reading Foundation that we are the biggest Polish NGO dealing with literacy. We are about 8 at the moment. Jonathan has about 200 people, 250 people, and 20 regional branches. It's a huge institution that does a lot of different things. But I asked Jonathan to talk about his work in business in the context of the very inspiring presentation that we've just heard, and our brains just exploded. So, Jonathan, please tell us about how you work with business, and then we shall talk and ask questions.
I listened to the programme and realised I was on towards the end. I thought, gosh, will they still be awake? And I realised that there was a research statistician talking before me. I thought, they'll be fast asleep. Oh no, that was an amazing presentation. Thomas, the next time Warsaw hosts the Eurovision Song Contest, you have to do the voting. When you were standing there in front of the league table, amazing, absolutely fantastic. It's been an extraordinary day, And for me, the tone was set this morning when Maria did her Keep Fit class, when we were all jumping up and down. And we discovered, absolutely, that this room contains the 3 active ingredients of making social change. We have leaders from the statutory, from the state community. We have leaders from the community and voluntary sector. And vitally, we have leaders from the business community as well. And it's that cocktail, it's that mixture that makes change. One of the things that I really thought about this morning was when Adriaan talked about, he used 2 phrases. He said, mass education has enabled the emancipation of disadvantaged groups and the collapse of a class-based social order. And I thought of the UK. And I thought, perhaps not. The truth is that actually socio-economic disadvantage, class structures, are still the defining characteristic in terms of education and economic outcomes, but not just education and economic outcomes. When you look at there's a small area, the constituency with the lowest levels of literacy in the United Kingdom, it's in a place called Stockton Town Centre in the northeast of England. And when you look at the ward, the constituency with the highest levels of literacy, it's North Oxford. Now, between those 2 areas, life expectancy shifts by 27 years. So to say that actually mass education had collapsed class-based inequality between the poorest and richest is just not true. And for us in the United Kingdom, it's an experience which is particularly bound up with locality, with area. Thomas could have talked about this, that actually the OECD studies on productivity show that the United Kingdom has the widest variation between areas of the country. We are a country of massive inequality between communities. That's why, as Maria said, the charity I run, even though it's a national charity, can't just do things nationally. We need 21 local teams in the towns and cities with the highest levels of child poverty, with the highest levels of disadvantage, and the lowest levels of literacy. I was in Middlesbrough last week. 40% of the adult population in Middlesbrough, 40% are functionally illiterate. So we're looking at massive challenges in particular areas of the country. So I want to talk today, exactly as Maria said, about the business case for the investment in literacy, but I want to do that through the lens of locality and of place. Now, here we go. The macroeconomic, exactly as Thomas has been saying, the macroeconomic arguments for the importance of literacy and productivity are sound and robust and clear. However, if you're an individual business, even if you're hearing that actually we've got problems with people leaving school. We've got problems in terms of literacy levels in our business. It's hard to locate that within your business case. And one of the key things that we've been doing is thinking about how, first of all, how every business can make a unique contribution to literacy, not just giving us money, although that's quite helpful, but actually what it's got in terms of its assets to support literacy. And secondly, why, in terms of their business model, they should do that. The context of this conversation is this graph. Now, this is the graph of kids who read for pleasure in the United Kingdom. 100,000 children, young people take part in this study every year. Basically, what's happened is that over the last 5 years, the numbers have collapsed. And from a 15-year pattern hovering around 50%, around half of kids reading for pleasure, we're now down to around a third. And all of you in the room know the impact that will have on those children now. They'll be less happy, their well-being will suffer, all the things we've been discussing today. But of course, crucially also, the OECD studies on social mobility, reading for change, link reading for pleasure uniquely with social mobility, with the ability to be more than you were born to be, to transcend your parental background. So it's limiting their futures. This is the big challenge that we're looking at the moment. So how is it in those 21 areas, the country, those towns where I'm really concerned and my charity is focused on, how is it we can shift that? Because those places, the poorest places, actually traditionally have been much, much lower. Well, so the creation of business partners in this space is wonderfully exciting. And I want to start off with an example which is closest to our hearts, which is the publishing community. Because immediately you can see here, there is a challenge for the publishing community because this is the future market for book buying. What is the sustainability of the business, of the publishing community? The trouble is, the publishing community, by and large, runs on such slim profit margins, it can't look at medium-term business challenges. It can only look at the next 12 months, particularly smaller publishing houses. So what we decided to do was actually not just work with individual houses, but form a national consortium working through the Publishers Association to address this. And rather than saying do lots of different things, we found one thing which we knew would make a difference to this, which was school libraries. Now, 1 in 7 primary schools in the UK don't have a library. But actually, when you look at the poorest places, it goes up to about a quarter. So that's 25% of schools not have. Now, in those communities, children are less likely to have books at home. So we're talking about children not reading because they just don't have access to books. So we said, let's see if we can do something extraordinary, bring the publishing community together, but actually also tell them as a consortium that we will grow the market in the medium term, but also give them short-term business propositions. And the key short-term business proposition was this. The publishing community knows that it needs to produce more books about children from diverse backgrounds, from different ethnicities, with different family structures, from different communities. But they find it hard to sell to schools because schools teachers tend only to know about the books that they read when they were at school. So we said what we will do is we will train up librarians in every school we work with. We will actually train up 2 librarians to work in, and those librarians will be trained in new and diverse books, and we will give them a new library, but after that they will promote in their area new and diverse titles. And it's been extraordinary. The sale of new titles, of front-list titles about diversity and books which publishers are finding it hard to sell to schools has gone through the roof. And exactly as Kyle said, I was so excited when she said this, what we've also seen is that teachers are more confident in talking about diversity in the classroom. So we've poured this into all those 21 areas. Now, every one of those areas, those 21 areas, have got school libraries and school librarians, and they're part of a national program. We're also on track by 2028 to have put a library in every school in the UK, which currently doesn't have one. So that was working with partners close to our business. What about partners a long way from our business? So the last time I was in Poland, I brought a friend from KPMG with me. She was great. KPMG a very interesting business, grew massively in the last 20 years in the United Kingdom, and particularly under the chairmanship of somebody called Sir Simon Collins. Now, Simon is a very interesting man. Simon came from the same kind of background as I did, so neither of my parents stayed at school beyond the age of 14, and I was the first person in my family to go to university, and Simon was the same, and we got on really well. Simon realized, though, that KPMG was so successful that it was beginning to only employ people who lived in the north of Oxford, people who had been to Oxford or Cambridge and had very good degrees. And the genius of KPMG was that it could work with all kinds of businesses and all kinds of communities. But because it was increasingly only focusing on people who have been to relatively posh universities, it was threatening their business model. So Simon decided that actually the focus of the kind of key strand in terms of the mission statement of KPMG needed to be social mobility. And he worked with us, first of all, to think about how he could enhance his HR activities, how he could recruit and tell the story to his staff around social mobility and the need for people to come into the company from different backgrounds. But secondly, how he could use his bonus system to support social mobility in communities. So what that actually looks like in practice is, I can't make this go. There we go. Marcus Rashford. Anyone heard of Marcus? There's going to be a bit more football in this talk. Marcus Rashford, an amazing young footballer in the UK who's a bit of a superstar. So what we did with Marcus was Marcus agreed to run a massive national reading club that would take place in all those 21 areas, but actually in the end happened in lots of other places as well. And what Simon did was he enabled members of KPMG staff to use some of their bonus system to donate, if they wished to the Marcus Rashford Book Club. So these young, and particularly for young employees, this was a really big payback moment. They were supporting reading in communities. What else does it look like? It looks like this. This woman in pink is the UK's Secretary of State for Education. And she is addressing 100 businesses. So KPMG's superpower for us is the fact that they know every business in the country. They are a B2B company. They're a business-to-business company. They have been championing literacy as a priority cause to their client base. And as a result now, we have over 100 businesses who are part of a pledge to commit to literacy as a core issue. So we've used KPMG's superpower, which is their business-to-business activity, but they've used ours, which is our ability to address social mobility through literacy. Here's another example. Okay, some more graphs. Can't do this as well as Thomas. Okay, so here's another graph. This graph underpins the first graph I showed you, which is about reading for pleasure. So this is actually what the levels of reading for pleasure are in the United Kingdom by groups. And we can cut it in all sorts of ways, but the most startling pattern is the pattern around gender and age. And as you can see here, boys between the ages of 11 and 14 and 14 to 16 are absolutely the key group that we want to go with. Now, it will come as no surprise after the earlier discussions around football to know that actually the key theme we decided to exploit to support those boys was football. And the brand which cuts through most strongly to that group is the Premier League. Now, why would the Premier League want to work with us? What was our business proposition to the Premier League? Well, football in many communities, the main football clubs in the United Kingdom are in the 20 places that I'm talking about, the poorest cities and towns in the UK. And football in those communities is seen as a way out of poverty. It's seen as the job you can get which will enable you to buy a Rolls Royce and marry Victoria Beckham. This is the way to become a millionaire. The truth is, though, there is only one David Beckham, and there are 5 million young men living in those communities in poverty. And the challenge the Premier League knows is that they could be selling a hope which isn't true. that actually education is important for your future. Becoming a star footballer is pretty rare, and actually you need to knuckle down and develop those literacy skills if you're to succeed in life. So to help the Premier League demonstrate its responsibility to young people in those communities, we developed with them something called Premier League Reading Stars, which initially occurred in those 21 places, 21 towns around the United Kingdom, but now happens in 19,000 schools across the United Kingdom. And it's an initiative which uses coaches, which uses football, which uses all sorts of language around tactics and football. Like a lot of other literacy people, I don't know much about football. I'm blagging at this stage. But it engages phenomenally, and the impact on reading levels is extraordinary. And what do we do in return for the Premier League? Well, what we do in return is help them tell their story of how they are supporting responsibly education, how they're not telling young people that somehow or other they can be David Beckham, but that actually literacy and education is important for them. So we work with the government, we do a lot of work on advising the Department for Education, and we profile the work of the Premier League in those communities. So I've talked about KPMG, I've talked about the Premier League, I've talked about publishers. All these things are now being channeled into those 21 communities. But there are other businesses we're working with as well. I say around 100 altogether. And for some of them, that theme of locality is really, really important. And the business case is wrapped up in the issue of locality. And here's a couple. The first one is British Land. British Land owns every shopping centre in the United Kingdom. If you ever come on holiday to London and go to one of our big shopping centres, there are better things to do. It will be owned by British Land. It will be owned by British Land. They own every shopping centre in the towns which we work with in the UK. Now, as the biggest corporate landowner in the United Kingdom, their big challenge is how they appear to be on the side of communities and don't appear to be a big, faceless national company. By connecting them to those communities, by taking them into schools, by taking them into libraries, by working with them in those 21 places, we tell the story of how British Land is on the side of communities. And particularly in terms of their relationships with metropolitan and municipal councils, that's really, really important. Another example is Very. Very is based in Liverpool. Liverpool is one of those 21 places. Huge poverty in Liverpool, very low levels of literacy. Very knows that it's got to. Very's not just based in Liverpool. 78% of its market is within the northwest footprint. If Very is going to continue and sustain its business, it needs to connect. So it invests in that community through the community activity that we have going on. We sustain its business, we sustain its profile. So beginning to draw together business cases for investment in localities, beginning to draw together investment cases for business in literacy, both in the short and medium term, beginning to think about reputational issues, links with government, utilising our links with communities. All these things have enabled us to bring together a kind of national coalition of businesses working in these places. And the really wonderful news is that actually it's working. So going back to that graph I showed you at the beginning, the 21 places which we're talking about is now, the reading for pleasure levels now are 22% higher than the national pattern. They've completely flipped over the past decade. And I mean, the key thing which I'm taking away from today is that many of the dynamics we're facing feel intractable, but they're not. None of the challenges which we look at on paper in graphs, which we hear and see in terms of policy reports, are things that can't be tackled. I started my life off as a librarian. On a daily basis, I saw reading miracles taking place with individuals in my libraries. As a charity chief executive, I see my NGO delivering in places in ways that change lives. As a coalition, going back to that vision that we were offered at the beginning of the day of how the business, the community and voluntary sector and the state sector can work together in a united way, it can address these issues. But it needs to address them through that cross-sectoral collaboration, which is the genius of Maria's vision for today. So I just want to, actually I'm going to finish off by telling you about something. So we recently had a party in Middlesbrough. So I said we've been doing this kind of stuff in Middlesbrough now for over 10 years. And we had a party, and 1,000 people came to this party to celebrate the reading activity that had been going on in Middlesbrough. And one of those people was a boy of 11. When we started our work in Middlesbrough, just over 11 years ago, one of the things which we were told by head teachers, it's really weird, one of the things we were told by head teachers was that the children failing at literacy at age 11, a lot of them were short. Now, I'm not tall, and I took that a bit personally. I thought this is a very odd thing to say. But actually, we heard this from several sources, and we began to do investigation into the background of these children, and it turned out that a lot of these children were prematurely born. And when we began to unpick what was going on, we realized that actually they'd all experienced speech and language delay by the age of 3. And what we realized was that actually these children as babies were spending time in an incubator with their parents because they were prematurely born, unable to pick them up or sing to them or read with them. And so we started working with all the premature baby units, working with the health department in Middlesbrough, and making sure that babies had stories read to them, that parents were given books. When they had nothing else and they were spending night after night on a ward, they were getting books given to them, which they could share with their babies. And what happened was that that group of young people were the first young people who actually moved into, as they grew up, the activities that were happening in the wider community. They were the young people who, when they started school, had school libraries. They were the young people who actually took part in Middlesbrough football reading clubs. They were the young people who actually, when they went to the local shopping centre, owned by British Land, every Saturday there were reading parties in the shopping centre. And hearing the way in which the collaboration had occurred and how that had actually centered around an individual. It wasn't just a theory. It wasn't like Bronfenbrenner's ecological model of childhood. This was a lived experience that actually families had had their hands held through a reading childhood over a 10, 11-year period was incredibly powerful. So it can be done. Collaboration can happen and change can occur. Thank you.
Słuchajcie, no dobrze, to teraz ostatnia rozmowa.
Okay, now the last discussion, and I would like to ask if you move chairs, be careful with the screen, because the screen can get damaged from touching. So be careful with the chairs, but I would like to ask Tomasz Gajderowicz again to join us, who is somewhere here, I hope. Jonathan. And we also have 3 additional people who participate, and they are luckily connected to business. So challenge accepted, I hope. So I would like to ask Aleksandra Karasińska from Ringer Axel Springer, who is currently the head of a foundation of RASP, but she is a very experienced journalist. She used to lead Newsweek and Forbes. She has a lot of experience. She's an author of books about the role of women. We are very happy that you were with us. Piotr Arak, who is chief economist at Velobank, but also ex-official, so he must have a very interesting perspective. And I would like to ask Małgorzata Mroczkowska-Horn, who's the executive director or general director of Lewiatan Confederation of Employers. So she represents all Polish corporations, and we will ask her what she thinks about the data.
od czego tu zacząć?
So what shall we start with? It's difficult because I didn't understand everything, and I don't know if it was understandable to all. But we understood the main message, that education builds the economy, and Tomasz Gajderowicz was speaking about it in a strong and a spectacular manner, so we appreciate it. So maybe I'll start with one question, which is maybe a bit cheeky. Well, if this is so obvious, then, well, in Lewiatan you have all Polish businesses, right? So why isn't it on the first pages of newspapers? Why businesses do not deal with it as much? Because I assume that there is something with the narrative around the topic. Do you believe that this is a topic that could be introduced to the fora? You also organize conferences as RASP. I've seen you recently in many places, recently in Brussels actually, so that it becomes a topic not nice to have, but a topic meaning that we need to do something with it. Yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Absolutely. This is a must-have topic. We see it everywhere on all levels, from the level of recruitment to our company, to our confederation, to the meetings at the level of the conference where we organize or participate in Poland and in Europe as Lewiatan. We have dealt with this topic. At EFNI, there were paths related to education, but in different times they tackle different aspects of education. And education is related directly with reading. It was said today here very clearly that the type and quality of society translates to how it is educated, how information was presented to the society. In the era of universal misinformation, it's even more significant. And I don't mean on the level of selection of younger, older, or any types of employees, but we can see the difference in experience. If we focus only on youth, of course, we have the best of the youth that come to Lewiatan, just like with KPMG that Jonathan talked about, yes, and like with many other organizations. Before I started to work on my position in Lewiatan, I was a legal counsel for 30 years, and I worked in big legal corporations, and I was dealing with a huge palette, huge range of people from the youngest to very advanced. And there is something, just like you said, Tomasz, that there are people who know very well their area, but they don't know much about life. And with great probability, we can suspect that their reading customs are quite limited. And there are many people who are able to figure out many topics, but superficially. And there are specialists who have various profiles, intellectual or others. On the European level, they say a lot about the necessity to build our resilience as society from the level of education. And we meet it at specialist conferences and at political conferences as well.
So that is good news. I hope so. That somehow it is coming through. So now I would like to turn to Piotr then, who today is an expert at Weel Bank, but he used to work at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland and high-ranking civil servant as well. So you have got, as a financial person, you have the experience from the corporation, but also from public administration. Because, well, it is cool that it's being talked about. However, I get the impression that we are still in silos, and our country, our state is run like this, but it's different saying, yes, education is important, and it is housed at the Ministry of Education. And so the Ministry of Education should deal with all of it. And something else is saying our civilization actually is dependent on whether we will be able to apply and learn and apply critical thinking. But it's not just about the Ministry of Education. This is the Ministry of Innovation, of digitization, agriculture, and health. Do you believe that it is realistic in any way that literacy is this new climate, so to speak, that we talk about it holistically, that this is the task of the Ministry of Culture and Education? Let them run it and be rid of it, yeah? We don't have to deal with it. So maybe 2 comments to begin with. First of all, when it comes to being a civil servant, I've got very little to do with that, because each time I worked in the public sector, it wouldn't be as a civil servant, I wouldn't be a clerk. It was in the units that were out of ordinary, so to speak, that are not connected with the clerk's work. This was like the group of strategic advisors to the Prime Minister, and also creating the Polish Institute as well. So it had very little to do with being a clerk. And this is also true for those who have been and still are involved in that institution. So surely I will not be able to represent the civil servants here and the civil service, because I have never been so closely connected with it. However, I would like to start with the second issue, because I deal with macroeconomics. And Charles Wypusz, one of my mentors, said that he's a macroeconomist, so he deals with everything. And this is because we deal with different things. Yes, because this is about the politics, education, the labor market. So at the end of the day, this is the high level of generalization. When it comes to themes that we can deal with, we see it, yes, with GDP, it's 1 digit, and inflation is 1 digit. So this is the accumulation of activities, of planning, of insights as well. So the increase of prices, that is also our activity. It is reflected in factors as well. And when a crisis strikes, well, everything in economy is also connected with what the consumer does, at least partially. What is important in the question why this is not the greatest priority, or why it is so difficult to increase the level of involvement, the decision makers in educational issues. Well, education is a public good. It is offered. Some of the competences are in the local administration, some of it is in the central administration. The schools are there. The teachers get their salaries, sometimes even they pay rises. The exams are carried out, yes. So there are other changes in the educational program, yes, there are. Do we employ experts that also implement different activities and tasks so that we have a better educational system? Yes. Do we get the money from the EU so that we have a better education system, so that it is better and it keeps on developing? Yes. We have institutions of culture to promote literacy also, and we even have research each year and studies how little Poles read. So the system exists. Yes, and we could say that this system works really well. Well, to some extent, yes. So from that perspective, maybe I will defend the decision makers. For someone who is not in the world of education, that the basic tasks that we have and goals in the educational program, something that we have ever since we had the Industrial Revolution, so that the workers can carry out their task, then yes, we have implemented that. And then the state is also important because we agreed to do that. We pay taxes to do that. So the educational system does work, maybe better or worse, but for an outsider, the goal has been achieved. But the basic question is whether this system answers the question that the economy may have in a few years' time or in a decade. Are we able to anticipate certain changes? And there are a lot of changes, but how to react to them skillfully. So that is about many different aspects of our economy. For example, agriculture. It is highly technical. There is a lot of technology. It is very effective in using technology. And this is about technologies connected with biology. And I know nothing about it, but there are also drones that help with seeding and also with cereal monitoring. So these are changes that increase productivity in the agricultural sector. This is something that we would like to also observe and see in Poland. We would like to be in the forefront of those changes. However, I don't have a recommendation here. Maybe I will paraphrase as Maria, but I would like to conclude with saying that what I see as necessary and what Ricardo Hausmann also says, and I will use his words as support, is that we need positive deviance. So he talks about cooperation. Yes, that we need persons who, when entering the system, maybe not forever, but for some time, they also carry out a task, and that modifies the system. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes such teams are created to break something down. Well, there is a group that has a certain goal, and it doesn't work out. So it turns out that the diagnosis is correct. However, the recommendations that come out of that work change something positively. So this is the most important thing, to find those who will want to change something in the system, who will want to really pick up a fight and fight all of those ministries. They will also have enough powers from their own heads and their managers to do something. So I will paraphrase, and then I will probably ask Ola to comment on my paraphrase in that context. So to really see that better, there are certain subjects, certain areas such as sports, and let's say this climate, and maybe the cigarettes as well, that during our lifetime, I'm not so sure about the sports, but during our lifetime, and the lifetime of our parents maybe, they have come so deeply into our society that today maybe you are not the Ministry of Sports, but as a manager, as a president of a company, you do pay for multisport. You pay for the gym for your employees because you know that otherwise people are not going to be productive. But this is that secret, yes? How to do it, to take us from the situation in which these days some companies, of course, they are wonderful companies that also do other things, but there are also those companies that pay for the gym, and, well, they also have Green Thursdays, fruit on Fridays, and there are also other benefits for the employees, and all of that is very important. However, there is no such thing, although it is starting, but it's not universal yet, and that is my goal, and this is what I'm trying to achieve, that it's not on a universal level yet. So I wouldn't say that the issue of sports has been solved. Well, it is high level of an issue. Maybe sports is actually even treated worse than literacy and reading, because looking at the obesity levels amongst young people, how is that? Maria, I didn't want to say that it has been solved when it comes to sports. No, I wanted to show that mentally it has been noticed that there is a problem with that. Ola disagrees. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maria, thank you very much for your invitation. But I would like to mention that as a manager and director of the foundation, I will speak from the point of view of business. I also represent one of the bigger media groups in Poland. It is a business. It's media that you know. It's Onet, Newsweek, Fact, Forbes, and others. But I also am a creator, a writer. I write books, articles. I'm a journalist. So I represent this creative part of the economy. So in a moment, I'm going to respond whether they notice something. They've got the employee fund and they have to spend that money. So it's easier to spend it on multisport, on gym and sports benefits as subscriptions, for example. So it's not really a meta-analysis in business. However, to comment on what Piotr said, the way this thinking goes, how important literacy is for the economy. So what you said, we've got the educational system, we've got the ministry, we've got cultural institutions as well. So we are in the age of disruption. And the system that was created mid-20th century, or more or less mid-20th century, well, it has changed and it doesn't work. And it doesn't work for many reasons. We've got the climate crisis, we've got the economic crisis, we have got the energy crisis, we have got geopolitical disturbances as well. And first of all, we have got wave after wave of technological revolutions. So over the last 20 years, the way we live, we consume information, how we live, how we work, how we relax has been disturbed by this technological process. And for me, as a journalist, it is this technological part that is the biggest disruptor. So we are in the eye of the storm, of the cyclone at the moment, because those waves of, for example, AI at the moment, those waves of technological disruption also overlap with the previous waves. So the data you showed from the UK and the decrease in literacy amongst the young people, well, they come directly from the smartphone use and also accessibility and access to the internet and social media. So now we look at time spent. It is not the user, it is not the views, it is the time spent on the device or on the platform. That is the measure for everything. And that means that those children spend time on social media, for example, platforms, and of play, read, run, play with other kids as well. It is also done by the adults, however, lesser so. They are less addicted to that means. So when we talk about literacy, to conclude this part, as the whole media industry, we are in a deep crisis.
Which is related to the crisis of readership, the losses of media, of the press, is 2 digits, 14% year to year. Some newspapers, 20% year to year. They lay off 200 people per year. So there are no proofreaders, for example. AI is proofreading, and not because the owners of the newspapers really want to squeeze more profit, but because there are no profits, because people don't read. You cannot buy newspapers anywhere, and this business becomes unprofitable completely. This means also that my students of journalism at the university do not know any traditional media, because the whole knowledge about the world they get from social media. And I'm going to leave you with this horrible data. As the majority of humanity, Reuters Institute study, Digital News Report 2024, this is the newest report showing the global consumption of information, knowledge about the world in general. Well, it shows that the majority of humanity in the world, including Poland, that this knowledge comes from social media, that traditional media is not even on the second position. It is on the third position, and I'm talking about online. On the second position is Google search. So first, social media, the second is the search engine, and third, online traditional publishers. And the proportion has changed since 2018, within the last 7 years. In 2018, traditional media was #1 in the world. Today, social media. And with entering of AI, this trend just is even faster. So we are at the moment where content, audio, video, text will be created with the use of AI and various tools. It's going to be very cheap, and the content will be of very low quality, and it's going to be available. The internet will be full of it. And while the quality content, books, journalism, will be very expensive and available only for few who will be able to pay for it, which, as you know, has huge implications, both insofar as democracy, inequalities, insofar as politics and crisis of democracy. So those who have access to real information can, for example, make informed decisions at the elections. And I'll leave you with this sad constatation. So what has happened here? Well, this is what we've started with this morning, that how not to waste the fact that we have public education and theoretically democratic access to knowledge if we allow for screens, for devices to, instead of creating democratization, would be creating this scenario. They are doing that already, those divisions and competences. We are going back to oligarchy.
About the companies that you work with, so British Land or Premier League or other organizations, would they, is the idea of sort of joining, being partners with the National Literacy Trust, is it around what they're doing to for the communities which you described, or is it also linked to them working with their employees and trying to invite their own employees into reading? Or is it?
Yeah, it is. And it works in different ways in different companies. And for some companies, it's about the well-being of their employees. So we've worked extensively with JP Morgan, and they use online reading groups, sometimes led from the States, as these kind of global moments when the company turns onto a book and relaxes. For other companies we've worked with, it's about equality and diversity and inclusion, and they will look at their LGBTQ group or their Black employee group, and they will celebrate the diversity of the staff through literature. So it has different functions. I mean, I also just want to come back to, I was really taken by some of the things that Piotr was saying about the limitations of current policy frameworks. And it's, we haven't cracked it in the UK, but it's the same conversation which we've been having. And I wrote down one of the phrases you used, which was one of the problems is that our economic arguments are high levels of generalization, which I think is spot on. And about 4 years ago, somebody called Gus O'Donnell, who was the head of the civil service in the United Kingdom, he was an economist, and he took early retirement. And he decided he was going to work with charities and NGOs on the formulation of evidence for government which would be within the criteria which government would expect. And we've started working with him and he's developed an economic unit called Pro Bono Economics. It's not pro bono, but anyway. But we started working with that, and it's very interesting because it's shifting the way in which we think about the economic case we take to government. The other thing which struck me from what you were saying was, in the run-up to, there was an election last year in the United Kingdom, and a Labour, a socialist government got in. And in the run-up to that election, they had conversations with NGO leaders about the way in which public policy could be done differently. And we said that there were several big problems with public policy. The first one was, there's an election every 5 years. And therefore, you're going to set goals for the next 4 years, which are never, you know, we want goals for the next 15, 20 years. We also said, you can't fix it on your own. Government, stop thinking that government has all the answers. Government needs to work in partnership with the third sector and also with the business community on a different way. So we formulated they worked with a number of leaders from the NGO sector and from the business community on the formulation of what they referred to as missions. Now, we're still waiting to find out if they're going to do what they said, which was set medium-term goals beyond one parliament, work collaboratively with. But it's interesting that we're having exactly the same conversations about how to do things differently. We need to alter the structures and the systems, and someone's got to do that, and the political conversations has to happen. Sorry, that wasn't a direct answer to your question.
No,
but
it's very interesting. And it's the 7 birds, I guess, right? Who have to do this, the 7 birds that Robert mentioned. Dobrze, to ja bym się zapytała tutaj.
Right, then I'll ask. Not an official? Well, we don't know. The Institute of Educational Research, since for you, both for you and for Maciej Jakubowski, this is so obvious that this reform, the reform of education, has a gigantic, huge significance for the economic future of Poland. Do you talk, I don't know, with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, Minister of State Assets? Are there any flows, if I may say so? Do you have an opportunity to throw it anywhere? I'm not saying that you should tell the Minister of Finance, hey, you have to become the second Minister of Education now, but to build understanding of all of that. Are you sitting strongly in what you do and there are no cross-sectoral talks for now? Everything that you've said is the truth. First of all, the Institute of Educational Research, well, we really don't want it to have any political affiliation. Well, it is, because it is under the Minister of National Education, but our dream is for this unit to be like centers that deal with drug research and medicine, that have the task to deliver highest quality facts of relations with educations with the labor market, how to teach effectively, what do studies say about it? Because unfortunately in education, like in other areas, we are met with huge lobbying on the side of various private institutions, because education is a huge business in its own. When we look at what is advertised, gamification, for instance, what is lacking is looking at the facts, and we try to be that as far as possible from politics. And what is called a reform is the reform of the ministry, but we prepare solutions. We say, all right, we have 7 areas of challenges, and every one of them are things that result from scientific research, analysis that comes out of Polish studies, cognitive studies and brain studies, and we put it on a table, and we try to constitute ourselves as a unit which is strictly a research unit, scientific unit, and I believe this is a great value because this is the biggest problem of Polish education, and not only Polish, the fact that everyone, I like this comparison, although at the table we don't have doubt that if the doctor says that we should take this medicine like that because it's based on some clinical studies, trials, although in education we all challenge it. We don't look at the facts as much. I remember from the UK various discussions about education, and I remember the questions, public questions from the journalists, experts about not only what you intend to do, politicians, but show us proof why this is effective. Thinking about the effects of regulations, about the consequences of how we teach, what will be the consequences for economy. These questions cannot be asked inside the institutions related to the government. They should be asked about you, to all experts, researchers, politicians. And I think that for now, the Institute is trying to play this role. And I think that this is a great trust from the side of the ministry that for the first time these things are being developed in our Institute and not politically. So for the first time, the reform of the curriculum and the tables that are writing these, for the first time in the history of Poland, have been chosen in an open call. There were recruitment tasks that had to be fulfilled, and neither myself nor anyone in the ministry participated in the selection of these people. There was a committee, like in a corporation, and they sent their first inputs. They've received a lot of hot data insofar as how to change it. So I think that we are going towards this direction, evidence-based education, but the path ahead of us is still very, very long. But it's very important not to be not like with the Finnish expert, that we shouldn't use our heart. We should look at the studies. The only competence of the future that will be useful to every company in the future is the ability to learn new things quickly, and how to learn new things quickly. Unfortunately, you have to have foundations. So even if you look at nowadays reports for countries that made some errors in education, there is a known report for Eastern Asia that the World Bank has written. It's called Back to Foundations. So going back to basic competences and skills that allow to build on that. And one of these basic skills is understanding what we read, so reading comprehension. Readership. So to name this whole commotion makes sense. If we know that readership or literacy translates to cognitive results, this translates to the productivity of the labor market, which translates to economic growth. So this actually translates to democracy. So yes, thank you. Thank you that this title of our conference has been approved of. Well, as the activist who is trying. Well, I do remember a conversation a few years ago when I asked someone in the Ministry of Culture if there would be an opportunity to start a cooperation with the Ministry of Health. And I saw the fear in their eyes. And I'm not critical towards that person, actually, but that it's so difficult that we live in those silences, and that the Ministry of Culture, the idea that the Minister of Culture would speak to the Ministry of Health about reading, that was shocking. That was terrifying for them. Could I add anything? If we look at the facts, like a year earlier, there were 30% salary wage raises for teachers. I'm not saying that it actually took care of a gap in their wages. But in a moment when we have a procedure of excessive deficit, that was a gigantic effort from the side of Minister of Finance. So I think that Minister of Finance is looking kindly at education if we look at facts.
And then looking at those employee benefits, multi-sport, and literacy, I would disagree that the benefits come from the employers because they want to have better health amongst the employees. So they simply know, they do their maths. This is sheer economy, that the cost of such a sports club membership as a benefit, let's say it's €100 per day, the cost is lower than what we have when it comes to the health. So this is simply an equation. If we want to change anything in education, this is about the analysis of incentive, checking which benefits are attractive, what works, and showing that creating more attractive jobs is actually a path to success from the economic point of view. I do believe at the in the goodwill of employers, but this is also sheer economy. This is not just money. This is also effectiveness and usefulness. I'm not sure if there are other questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am probably the oldest participant of this conference. In the 1990s, I co-created the Confederation of Polish Employers. I often participated in the meetings of the International Labour Organization, and I was always surprised how our colleagues from other countries talked about education and the influence, the impact of education on the job market. We got used to having sectoral silo Poland. Okay, education, that's the problem of the Ministry of Education. No, this is not the problem of the Ministry of Education. This is a problem of us, of employers. And so, of course, employers often buy those sports benefits, multi-sport. They sponsor different sports events. But do the employers think about the CSR programs and the support for education, that they should support education, and then the reform of education? Of course, we always have an issue with inertia when it comes to any reform. And we have the society of knowledge, but we need the society of competences. And this is where the employers play a great role regarding pro-educational activities and what can support education. Because education, through its inertia, actually means that any changes will take a long time to work. I would like your comment and answer partially as well. Yes, I agree with you that employers have a role to play. I would suggest that there is a correction here. Many employers already do a lot. And of course, when it comes to the benefits, this multi-sport, the gyms or sports, that is one of the benefits, but not the only one. For example, Leviathan sponsors language courses for those who want to learn foreign languages, and there are lots of different languages on offer. Companies that are part of our association have a great array of different benefits, so I would disagree that it doesn't exist. I would agree that we are in silos, that where it's convenient, we say, oh, it's a problem of the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, and there is no connection between those ministries. But we try to overcome this lack of contact. I totally agree that we should work on the creation of competence-based society. The competences have to be universal, and there has to be a broad spectrum of competences. What you have emphasized, that we should continue learning all the time, always very quickly, that is part of our world as well. And then what we heard, that the technology makes us learn all the time. And those of us who are not in that mode, they already lose. And it's not just about switching on another technological option that will give us a result quicker. Of course, this is nice if you use it according to the rules and effectively, but usually if you don't know it, it is completely useless. I don't know whether you have noticed that, but on some profiles there was an ad. If you use ChatGPT just like Google should, you are doing this wrong. This was an ad on social media. Give me so much time, I will show you how to do it so that it is effective and it makes sense. And so an average user of one service of another doesn't know about it until someone teaches them how to do it. So we start with the basics and we go back to the basics. And all the programs show us that we create the culture of learning regardless of the method and what we are learning. This is something that really supports our foundations. And I believe that all of our programs, all of the educational groups and all of the employers, and we saw it with the British example, and this works on our market as well. We need to continue to do this continuously on the local level. Then we create bigger communities, and then this translates into using that in bigger educational projects, whether that is on the level of the ministry or of individual groups. And I think that is key in this very technological world as well. I think Piotr wanted to say something. I wanted to say briefly that I disagree. Wonderful. This is about critical thinking, said Maia. Because, first of all, this is about literacy, health literacy, financial literacy. And, of course, we have got this sectoral approach to cognitive competences, and that people who are in the financial sector don't understand the agreements that they sign. They don't know about the interest rate, for example. They don't understand it in the banking sector. So lack of literacy and functional illiteracy will be a threat to the banking sector and the financial sector. Health literacy, the ability to use medication by individuals. Health medication is about using medication that are not used appropriately, using medication that, when taken in combination, they are dangerous to your health. Over-the-counter in Poland is used widely, and people use that medication, OTC, without reading the instructions. And so we are a country where we self-administer a lot of medication in order to be healthy and deal with different issues, also when it comes to issues after a visit to the doctors. So we look at different areas where those problems occur. But I wouldn't say that at the end of the day, everything is an issue with education. Well, much of it is. So this is why the Ministry of Education also needs to be aware of it. So, you know, we always talk about economy. It's an issue with the education. People are incompetent. We have an issue with future employment as well. People should learn about this artificial intelligence at school, etc., etc. But we do have depopulation in Poland. We are going to have fewer and fewer people leaving schools. The numbers are decreasing already. People who are employed, well, that number decreases even with immigration from Belarus. So the people who go through this amazing, beautiful system of education, where everything is going to be included, there will be fewer of them on the market than the older people who had gone through the old system, yes? Whether middle high schools or going back to the 8+4 system, for example, 8+5. So this is the task not of employers again, because if we agree that education is a public good, we finance it from the taxes, this is part of our constitution, this is the task of the state, at least that is my opinion of a person who has worked for the Polish state on many occasions. This is about how to raise the competencies of those who are out of the educational system, how to encourage them to learn, to read more. I don't know the answer. I'm only a banking economist at the moment, but this is a task that we need to solve, and this is not a task for the Ministry of Education alone.
Very quick story, which I think kind of sums up my opinion on this. 7 years ago, we noticed in primary schools that where the local health service was making cuts in testing children's eyes, the literacy levels were going down within 2 years in those schools. And we went to the Department of Health and we said, you need to reinstitute health tests, eyesight testing, because children can't read, because they can't see. And the Department of Health said, that's not our problem. We're here for health outcomes, not education outcomes. So we talked to Boots Opticians, which is a big Walmart company in the United Kingdom. They give all their staff, talk about staff benefits, one of their staff benefits is 3 days a year to volunteer in a community. And we said, can you ask all your optometrists to volunteer their time into schools in communities, to not to read stories to children or to paint walls, but to be optometrists, to use their skills, to test children's eyesight. And we found that 20% of those children they tested had undiagnosed eyesight issues. And within 2 years, all the literacy levels had returned to the level in those schools had returned. And as a result, government has shifted its policy. Now, that is a good example where actually silos were limiting children, only the business community, and only a partnership with the business community actually shifted government's thinking. But it was also a partnership with the voluntary sector, with a community organisation, my charity, which actually prompted it. So the power is in the partnership, and unless we mobilise that partnership, silos will continue.
Ola, to jak jeszcze tylko dodam, że żeby nie myśleć, nie chciałabym...
I wouldn't like to think about business and cooperation of business just to show that it's great when we have the third sector and the business sector working together. The challenges that I have mentioned are global challenges that shake our societies at the moment. We are not going to solve them through charity. We cannot count on a few companies who are going to chip in and organize reading corners in a few shopping centers. This is not going to solve the issue of literacy in Poland or globally. It's great that we are doing this, and congratulations to everyone who is doing this. So I am really involved socially. We are on the bright side, and we should contribute to the civil society. However, we need to demand systemic solutions. These are political issues. We have to be aware what we await from our politicians and make them accountable as well. This is about the algorithms as well and what makes us addicted. So at the moment, it's video and not the text that speaks to people. This is where the development is. And so if we don't have regulations at the level of the EU, we've got the AI Act, Digital Service Act, and other acts as well. But we have a big issue with our partners from across the pond, because most of the platforms are American platforms. So the American administration, they don't want to talk about any solutions that would limit the freedom of speech, but they don't look at the influence over children. So Harari mentioned, probably all of you have read his books. No one knows how the internet works. no one has voted for the internet, all the algorithms, and nobody understands how that works. But it is part of our democracy. So we have to start thinking about and learning how algorithms rank, learning how to use them, and then vote for the politicians that are going to regulate them in a way that we want to regulate those algorithms, rather than allowing that Elon Musk of this world would decide how our children are educated and what they are fed with.
Janusz Turski, first of all, thank you for the invitation and the possibility to participate. And in the 4th edition, we would like also participate as partners of this event. But my question is the following. Next to this, I'm sorry, I can't hear the speaker too far from the microphone. The drop of need of the market for the graphical paper is not like readership, the victim of erosion, which the paper is, which is the carrier of knowledge and information. There was youth here today, and I believe that there are still young people here. I don't know. I don't see them in the room anymore. But what weight could be assigned to the role of demotivation of using paper in readership? I believe that this can prove that whatever is on paper is something old. It's passé, because youth reads. If they communicate on social media, they answer, they communicate, there are posts, there is interaction. So were there any studies done so that this campaign that we call greenwashing, that it kind of hits not only the interest of business, of the producers of paper, but also results in the erosion of reputation and being used of getting information and knowledge or reading paper edition, that we are used to it. I'm not sure I understood your question well. Yeah, it's about rejecting some schemes and whatever is old-fashioned. I don't know if I understood your question well. If you're asking if paper is unfashionable, no. Well, human eye prefers text on paper, even if it's not perfect and there are some micro differences in the print. And we read it better than a perfect text on a Kindle or something. I read a lot on a Kindle. And it's better to learn and get information from paper, for example, in a magazine with beautiful pictures and layout, compared to some very simple computer edition or social media edition. Nevertheless, paper is very expensive. It's heavy, transporting it to places where it's sold as a newspaper or a book and storage. It's very expensive. Social media is very cheap because it's theoretically for free. So we pay for it with our data and our time. But content is for free in real time and adapted to us by algorithms. So algorithms collect data about every single person for 16 hours per day and present such contents that the brain of a given person will register and react to it. So scandalous, shocking, and also something that makes us addicted. So if we have such a source of contents that makes us addicted, and we have quite neutral, natural, and expensive source of content, then we know that we will reach to that one which is close to us for 14, 15 hours per day because we are addicted. I think that paper will be still available as a luxury career for people who are aware or who are affluent. Well, we will have to finish our meeting Just a word about the paper. I'm sorry, but the sound is not good enough for translation. Insofar as newspapers and press, it escaped a long time ago. So yeah, newspapers are read online, not on paper, but reading books. What do we read? We read text. Literacy is a very kind of huge notion, but there was a moment when we were talking about reading books. A complex text that has beginning, end, author, and a cover. This is something else. It doesn't have to be paper. It can be Kindle or something else, but this is a book in different manifestations. So it can be digital or paper. The paper is still doing well. E-books are expensive. We don't read many books compared to other neighbor countries in the digital form, insofar as reading after school, after work, because we don't read many professional books. We read articles. We read articles, or we listen to podcasts, and books are not read very often as professional books. Mainly, what is in the studies of adult polls are books which are read for pleasure or for information, and they are usually on paper. Teenagers who've learned about the book online, the publishing houses publish them, they sell it in a smart way, and this is read on paper. And these are young girls who read I don't know how many books per month, and they stand in line for 13 hours to get a signature autograph of their favorite author. Any other voices? There is someone who would like to speak. We are about to finish. I think that this is, really the last question. We are together with Marina in the movement SOS for Education, and I have a feeling after what you've said about the tasks in business that education is your task, a public task, but I believe that this is our shared interest, and I would have a request and proposal for business organization to feel the willingness and readiness to get involved in advocacy activities, because as individual activities, the best charity will not do much. Advocacy is necessary. In better education, social organizations do that. That's great. It's important. It's a great effort that we do, but the voice of business would be very helpful. Therefore, whenever you speak to the government, like Leviathan does, employers organization, speaking about what is important for the business. I'm just guessing, regulations, taxes, etc. It would be great to be just as vocal when we talk about education. I haven't checked how many times in our Prime Minister education appeared or reading appeared in the Prime Minister's speech. So, but it all translates to politics, and the advocacy work, I think, is necessary, and the solidarity of the sector, of the industry, and going out of the silos. Just one sentence, not as a librarian, but as a councillor in the county. What you've said, I really agree. I'm in the education committee there, and recently, a few months ago, we had a meeting with the local entrepreneurs. Some of entrepreneurs didn't come, but a big group did come, actually. And thanks to their involvement, our powiat, our county, opened new classes in technical schools or vocational schools. So it can be combined. But it's true that we need the will of both sides, both parties. But I see more and more often that entrepreneurs are aware of the fact that an understanding with the local government results in something good for them because they're new employees simply. Just one more word, if I may add. Of course, I agree with you, and I hope that it was said in the earlier statement from my side. I can only talk about some harbingers of hope, things that do happen. There is a competition done every year for entrepreneurs that cooperate with vocational schools. And this is done in many different ways. But this is targeted actually at development of skills and not investing in schools. Of course, investing in schools as well. For instance, there's a big photography company that has sponsored photographic equipment for the vocational school, educating photographers. And I could bring up many other examples of this type. But I wanted to say that I agree with Ola that we need systemic solutions and we should work in all sections to demand them from the ones in power, but also supporting them in diagnosing what is necessary. Because the times when the ministries were designing and then entrepreneurs were sitting down and wondering what to do with it, well, I hope that this is to a big degree behind us, because we do speak, us as Leviathan, but together with other organizations, we talk to the government and directly with individual ministries and other organizations about what works, what doesn't. I was trying to present to you some examples that were fitting to our discussion, but there are many, many other initiatives of this type. Personally, I really believe in grassroots work, not on the level of silos, but on the level of local communities, which are connected to one another, are in touch with one another, and together they go one level higher and higher, and finally the ministry gets a signal which is really mirrored in reality and in real needs of these individual communities. And this is a society that I wish to see, and I try to help with that as well. I think there were many voices that were showing that what Jonathan does and what Diana does and many others, these are all things of this type. But I think it's a justified dream of local activists to, like Ola said, so the big decision takers would see how justified are these solutions. Okay, we will end at that. I would like to thank my panelists very much. I think I have one more slide to show, so big applause for you, ladies and gentlemen. And now you're actually sitting in front of the slide. I'm very sorry, I'm a bit arrogant. We have this slide because together with some organizations which are with us, we have Val and Dan, and we are the members of EURead, but together with organization that Val is the head of, and Cyclic, and Federation of European Publishers. Sonia Braga, who's the president of this organization, was with us. Stiftung Lesung is a German organization, a national library. We have won, I think, yeah, we have to call it like that, won a contest or competition to carry out for the next 3 years campaign for for promoting literacy or reading in 40 countries creatively associated in Europe. But we will really, really, really need cooperation with all of you with that, because it's going to consist of inspiring people to act, and we want to between 11 of November and 12 of December this year, we will want to have mass meetings, meetings with authors, with readers, meetings in schools and libraries, but these can also be meetings in companies, in various types of centers. So we showed this slide to you so you're prepared that we are going to invite you, and we hope that you all participate in it. And this is the end for today. Thank you very, very much. We have the so-called thank you slide. I hope that a huge applause is for our interpreters. We can't see them, but I was listening when Jonathan was just galloping in this wonderful British language. I don't know how it was possible to translate that. But really, I really admire. I used to study French language literature, and I went to one class in simultaneous interpretation, and I decided that this is above my abilities. So a lot of respect, and all remaining people, Dorota Nowacka, who did the whole design. We would like to thank Acoustica company. We would like to thank Sebastian for photography, our catering, and all companies that have printed various materials, because it is worth to read something on paper from time to time. We would like to thank all students who have helped us, the whole team, Katarzyna Ostenda from the Palace team, the head of this team. Thank you very much. And we would like to thank the wonderful team of the foundation. So Ola, Monika, Kasia, the second Kasia, and many other people, Grzegorz, who together with me prepared this. And we would like to thank you all panelists, wonderful audience, and we invite you to dinner now. And I've already mentioned partners, but the partners are on the slide once again, and we would like to thank the partners. And let's continue talking at dinner, over dinner.